Every village has its stories. Most are simple, tales told to children at dusk or warnings whispered so they'll stay close to home. But some places carry stories that feel heavier, as if the land itself remembers them. There's one such place, almost forgotten, called Kalevala. You won't find it on many maps, and few beyond its hills even know the name. But the people who live there, they move carefully. They listen more than they speak, and they lock their doors before the last light leaves the sky. Why? Because Kalevala keeps a secret that has survived in whispers, in symbols carved into stone, and in the silence of the forest that presses too near. Tonight we'll unfold that secret together, slowly, the way these stories were meant to be told, as if you were sitting here with me, listening to the fire crackle while the night gathers outside. This is the tale of Kalevala, a story you won't forget once you've heard it. In the heart of a forgotten valley, where the sun barely kissed the earth, lay the village of Kalevala. It was a place that time seemed to have overlooked, tucked away behind the rugged hills that formed a natural fortress, shielding its secrets from the world. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the whispers of the trees, whose gnarled branches stretched like ancient fingers toward the sky. Here, every shadow held a story, and every path was lined with the echoes of a past that refused to fade. The villagers moved with a slow, deliberate grace, their faces etched with a wisdom that came from carrying the weight of their history. Elders gathered in corners, their voices low and melodic, weaving tales that danced through the air like fireflies at dusk. Children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by the flickering light of the stories that enveloped them. But they were taught to tread carefully. In Kalevala, silence was as much a part of the fabric of life as laughter. As twilight descended, a hush fell over the village. Doors creaked open only to be pulled shut with urgency, and the fires burned brighter, flickering against the encroaching darkness. It was a ritual observed with reverence, for in Kalevala, nightfall brought with it an unspoken tension, an awareness of the things that stirred in the shadows. Among the villagers was a young woman named Alara, whose heart beat with a restless spirit. She yearned for the stories that were woven into the very soil of Kalevala. Yet she felt the weight of unasked questions pressing against her chest. What lay in the heart of the forest that bordered their village? What secrets did the ancient stones guard? As she sat by the crackling fire, her gaze wandered toward the darkening treetops, where the night wrapped around the branches like a shroud. The villagers often spoke of a secret, a buried truth that had drawn the village together in its silence. It was said that long ago, when the land was still young, a great sorrow had descended upon Kalevala, a tragedy that left an indelible mark on the earth itself. The very trees held their breath as if they too remembered, entangled in the sorrow of their ancestors. That night, with the fire casting playful shadows, Alara felt a surge of courage. Tonight, I will seek the truth of Kalevala, she whispered to herself, as if the flames could hear her resolve. She stepped away from the warmth of the fire, her heart pounding with both fear and anticipation. The forest loomed ahead, its dark mouth inviting yet foreboding. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded into an eerie silence. Each crunch of a twig beneath her feet echoed like a heartbeat, quickening her resolve. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches whispering secrets she could almost grasp. But with each step, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Something was watching, waiting. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush halted her in her tracks. Alara's breath caught, her heart racing as she turned to face the source of the sound. From the shadows emerged an old man, eyes twinkling like stars against the deep night. He was a figure of legend, known among the villagers as the Keeper of Secrets, a guardian of the stories that shaped their lives. "You seek the truth of Kalevala, child?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that blended with the wind. With a nod, Alara stepped closer, her curiosity igniting like the fire back in the village. The keeper extended a gnarled hand, revealing a small stone etched with ancient symbols that glowed softly in the dim light. This is the heart of Kavela's secret. It tells of a sacrifice made long ago, a choice that saved our village but bound us to this land in silence. To remember is to honor, and to share is to break the chain of sorrow. His eyes searched hers, urging her to understand. In that moment, Ilara realized the weight of the stories she longed to uncover. They were not just tales to be told. They were threads that connected the past to the present, binding the villagers in an unspoken pact. With newfound understanding, she accepted the stone, feeling its warmth pulse in her palm like a heartbeat. As dawn broke over Kalevala, spilling gold across the horizon, Ilara returned to the village. No longer just a keeper of silence, she became a bearer of stories. Stories that would breathe life into the village, easing the weight of history and allowing the villagers to finally embrace their past. And as they gathered around the fire, sharing tales of sorrow and hope, the air brimmed with a sense of release, echoing through the hills and into the very heart of Kalevala. The village was alive with renewed spirit, and Ilara, once a seeker of truth, had become its storyteller, a role she would cherish, forever entwined with the whispers of the ancient trees and the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Long ago, before the forests grew tall and the rivers carved their winding paths, when the sun had yet to rise in the sky, there existed only the endless sea. This water stretched out in every direction, dark and silent, cradling the breath of the wind upon its surface. Above arched the empty sky, a vast and hollow canvas, eternally waiting for the spark of light. The sea rolled gently, wave after wave, and upon its surface floated a figure known as the Mother of Waters. For ages, she drifted, swaying with the swells, lost in dreams of a world that had yet to form. She whispered to the waves, and they whispered back. Yet still, the heavens remained devoid of light. One day, a weary bird appeared, its wings beating heavily against the vastness of the sky. It circled endlessly, seeking a place to rest, only to find endless water below. Time and again, it dipped lower, but solid ground eluded its search. Seeing the bird's plight, the Mother of Waters felt a surge of compassion. She raised her knee above the waves, a single rise in the endless blue. The bird spotted the elevation, glided down, and settled upon her knee, beginning to build a nest of twigs and grass. Soon, it laid 7 eggs. 6 shone golden, while 1 was of iron. But as the bird warmed its precious eggs, the mother stirred. Her knee shifted ever so slightly, and the nest tumbled. The eggs cracked open, spilling their brilliant contents into the sea. The yolk spread out, glowing brightly, and transformed into the sun. The white spread soft and pale, becoming the moon, while the speckled shells scattered into the sky, rising as stars. The darker fragments drifted into the heavens, becoming clouds. In this way, the sky lit up, and the world began to turn. Not long after, the mother gave birth to a son. His name was Väinämöinen. Born not as a child, but already a man with gray hair and a wise mind. His eyes were deep with ancient knowledge. He was the eternal sage, the great singer of the Kalevala. Väinämöinen's voice was infused with magic. With a single song, rivers carved their beds, trees grew tall, and fields blossomed wherever he walked. It was said that the world itself was sung into existence by him. For years he roamed the land, filling it with forests and waters, teaching the people to live in harmony with nature. He taught them to hunt and fish, to sew and shape wood and stone, and to honor the spirits that watched over them. Above all, he taught them to sing, for song was power, and each word held weight. Yet, despite his many gifts, Väinämöinen felt a longing deep within him. His heart ached for companionship, a wife to share his life and his songs. It was then that he encountered Aino. Aino, with hair as fair as flax, and eyes as clear as the sky after rain, moved like sunlight through the fields, gathering flowers, drawing water, and singing as she worked. She was the daughter of a proud house. Her mother strong-willed, her brothers brave and stern. When her mother saw Wainamoinen, she thought, what greater match could my daughter have than the eternal singer himself? With pride in her voice, she told Aino of her plan. You shall be the wife of Wainamoinen. He's the greatest of men, a sage whose songs have shaped the world. Think of the honor, the joy of such a union. You will never want for wisdom, nor for song. But Aino's heart fell heavy at her mother's words. She had not dreamed of marrying the ancient singer. Her spirit longed for freedom. She wished to run barefoot through meadows, to swim in clear streams, to laugh freely with her village friends. Her dreams were of a life of her own choosing, not one bound to an old man, regardless of his greatness. Tears flowed freely from her eyes, dampening the moss beneath her feet. Her sorrow filled the air, silencing the birds and bending the trees toward her. Her brothers tried to comfort her, insisting, "Do not cry, sister. This is no burden but a blessing. To be chosen by Wainamoinen is honor beyond measure. You will sit in his hall, sung of in stories, remembered for all time." But their words provided no solace. Aino shook her head, her hair falling over her face, and her grief deepened. Honor and remembrance meant nothing. All she desired was her freedom. Meanwhile, Wainamoinen pondered the maiden often. He believed she could bring him joy, soften the weight of his years, and walk beside him on his wanderings. He sang of her beauty and grace, envisioning a future filled with happiness. Yet, desire alone could not bind her. Though his voice could move rivers and summon forests, it could not reach her heart. This realization troubled him. For the first time, the eternal singer faced a limit to his power. His songs, once vibrant with life, now echoed hollowly in the air, while his calls returned unanswered. Aino evaded his presence, slipping into the forest when he approached or sitting in silence when he tried to converse. She felt trapped between her mother's intentions and her own sorrow, and her spirit began to wither beneath the weight of unfulfilled expectations. One fateful morning, burdened by despair, Aino left her home. She cast aside her fine clothes and jewels, donning instead a simple dress of birch bark. She wove a wreath of wildflowers for her hair and ventured barefoot into the forest, sharing her sorrow with the trees, her tears mingling with the streams, and singing softly to the birds until her voice broke, leaving them silent in shared grief. But none could ease her pain. Eventually, she reached the shore of the sea. The gentle waves lapped at the sand, whispering their eternal song. Aino stepped into the water, first to her ankles, then to her knees, and finally to her waist. She walked further, allowing the waves to envelop her, her garland slipping from her hair until she disappeared beneath the surface. Some say she drowned quietly that day, while others believe she transformed, becoming a spirit of the waters, swimming freely beneath the waves. When news reached Wainamoinen, his heart shattered with grief. He had sought a wife, but found only sorrow. He sang of his loss, his voice heavy with longing, a melody so sorrowful that even stones wept, and fish swam close to listen. From that day forth, his songs were no longer solely of creation and joy. They were infused with loss and mourning. His voice, once a harbinger of beauty, now bore the weight of sorrow. Thus, the tale of Wainamoinen and Aino was recounted by the people, shared in hushed tones by firelight during the long nights. They remembered that even the greatest of men cannot bend love to their will, and that the freedom of the heart cannot be taken by song, power, or wisdom. The tale of Aino did not conclude with her step into the sea. No, stories ripple outward like waves on still water, touching each heart that dares to listen. In the days that followed Aino's mysterious disappearance, her family was plunged into a deep sorrow. Her mother, lost in despair, tore her garments as if trying to rip apart the very fabric of reality that had snatched her daughter away. Her brothers wandered through the forests and along the lakes, calling her name into the wild wind, their voices growing hoarse with longing. They walked the shores, peering into the frothy waves, searching for a glimpse of her face beneath the crystalline surface. But the sea offered no solace. no answers. Whispers filled the air like a gentle breeze. Some claimed that when the wind blew from the east, one could still hear Aino's laughter mingling with the rush of the waves. Others spoke in hushed tones of her becoming one with the waters, a spirit of the sea, her hair flowing like strands of golden seaweed, her eyes sparkling with the clarity of the river pools. Yet for Vainamoinen, the eternal singer, the loss weighed heavier than the darkest storm. The singer's grief, Vainamoinen, whose melodious voice had once shaped the land, now found his songs twisted with sorrow. He sat by the lakeshore, his gray head bowed, and sang. His voice rolled across the water, a low, deep resonance filled with grief that seemed to echo through the very stones around him. He sang of the day their eyes first met, of the hope that had ignited in his heart like a flame. He sang of her beauty, her laughter, the vibrancy of her youth, and of the empty void she left behind. His song rose and fell, heavy and resonant as the waves crashing against the shore. Even the birds fell silent, their songs muted by the weight of his sorrow. And the people came, gathering in quiet circles, heads bowed in reverence, as the sage poured his heartache into the air. They felt the crushing heaviness of his grief, and tears flowed freely from their eyes. If even Vainamoinen, the Eternal One, the World Shaper, the great singer, could not grasp happiness, what hope remained for them? But within his mournful melody lay a lesson. No one, regardless of their wisdom or power, can command love. The heart is wild, and fate follows its own elusive course. The people's reflection. The people remembered Aino in myriad ways. In the villages, mothers warned their daughters, "Do not let sorrow drown you. Choose wisely, but hold to life." Around the flickering fires, fathers recounted tales to their sons. Even the great Vainamoinen was humbled by love. Respect the hearts of others, for they cannot be forced. On still evenings, the old folk pointed toward the lake, saying, "There swims Aino, forever young, forever free." Children listened with wide-eyed wonder, gazing into the water, hoping to catch a glimpse of her white dress among the reeds. Some claimed they did, a pale figure rising just beneath the surface, her hair floating like golden weeds, a hand reaching for the shore before slipping back into the depths. The lakes of Finland were numerous, each holding a piece of her essence. In the clear pools, the rushing streams, the quiet ponds where lilies floated, people felt Aino's presence. She was not gone, she had transformed. Aino's voice in the waters. There were those who swore they had heard her voice. Fishermen, setting out before dawn, spoke of a soft song rising from the mists. It was not bird song or the whispering reeds, but something sweeter, sorrowful, a melody that beckoned gently from the water. Some fishermen turned their boats away in fear, unwilling to disturb her rest, while others lingered, captivated, their nets forgotten, until the sun rose and the song faded into silence. Thus, Aino's tale grew, spreading from village to village, until every soul knew of the maiden who chose freedom over fate, the girl who walked into the sea and merged with its depths. Vainamoinen's journey, but Vainamoinen could not find solace. His sorrow clung to him like a heavy cloak, yet he was a wanderer. He journeyed through dense forests and over rolling hills, his voice ringing out in song. His melodies were no longer filled solely with joy and creation, but echoed with grief and yearning. He sang to the trees, and their leaves quivered in response. He sang to the rivers, and their waters slowed, as if pausing to absorb his pain. He sang to the stars, and they flickered with a softer light. Echoing his melancholia, wherever he roamed, sorrow followed, shaping the world as surely as his joy once had. Yet even in his grief, people still sought him out. His voice carried not only sadness, but profound wisdom. In his songs, they discerned the truth of life, that joy and sorrow dance together, that loss is as inevitable as creation itself. The symbol of Aino. Over time, Aino evolved into more than just a maiden in a story. She became a powerful symbol for the young, She embodied freedom, the spirit unbound, the girl who chose the wild waters over a gilded cage. For mothers, she represented sorrow, the child lost too soon, the daughter who slipped away like sand through fingers. For Väinämöinen, she was a reminder of longing, the eternal lesson that even the wise must grapple with unfulfilled desires. Her story was sung in hushed tones, shared by the fireside, whispered in the stillness of night. With every retelling, she came to life once more, her visage mirrored in the waters, her voice lingering in the breeze. Folklore repetition, storytellers oft repeated her tale, ensuring the lesson was deeply ingrained in the hearts of all. She wept, and the forests wept with her. She walked, and the streams followed her steps. She entered the sea, and the waves closed around her. She vanished, and the people remembered. She wept, and the birds grew silent. She walked, and the moss bent low. She entered the sea, and the waters carried her. She vanished, and the story remained. Thus, the people carried her sorrow in their hearts, always aware that loss and love are intertwined. The sages regret. As for Väinämöinen, regret was a heavy burden. He had believed his songs could shape the world, and they could. He had thought his voice could evoke love, and it could not. Nights passed in solitude, staring into the flickering flames, hearing Aino's laughter echo in his mind. He pondered if he had pressed too fervently, if desire had blinded him to her autonomy. Should he have let her fly free, rather than letting her family bind her to him? Yet regrets are a weighty chain, and answers seldom grace the heart. So he did what he always had, he sang. His songs filled the night air, carrying sorrow like a soft, comforting blanket. And those who listened felt their grief shared. For if the eternal singer could experience loss, then their own burdens felt lighter, united with one greater than themselves. In the weeks that followed Aino's passing, her absence echoed through the hearts of her people like a haunting melody. Väinämöinen, the wise bard of the land, found himself ensnared in a web of dreams, each one a fragile thread that pulled him closer to the memory of the maiden he had loved. Night after night, he would awaken, his gaze fixed on the flickering embers of his fire, the warmth unable to thaw the chill of sorrow that gripped his heart. They said he walked the shores at dawn, the salty breeze tousling his hair, searching the crashing waves for a glimpse of her, while the soft sun painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, as if mourning alongside him. One fateful night, he slipped into a dream that felt all too real. There, in the depths of the tranquil waters, Aino emerged, ethereal and luminous, as pale as the moonlight that illuminated the night. Her hair floated around her like golden seaweed, shimmering with the light of the stars. She called to him with a voice like the gentle rustle of leaves, yet no sound reached his ears. Desperate to reach her, he extended his hand, but she slipped away, sinking back into the depths from whence she came. He awoke with tears tracing down his cheeks, though he had no recollection of weeping. This dream, like a ghost, clung to him, a reminder that love lost is never truly gone, lingering in the mind, the heart, and the quiet moments between songs. Aino's family, too, bore the weight of grief, their hearts heavy with remorse. Her mother, once filled with pride for Aino's match, now wept bitterly, her voice laced with regret. "Had I listened to her cries, my daughter would still walk among us," she lamented. The honor she sought now a bitter memory. Her brothers, once brimming with laughter, fell into a silence that spoke volumes. They reminisced about Aino's playful spirit, her light step, and the joyous songs that once filled their home. In the evenings, the absence of her voice hung in the air, a palpable reminder of the void she left behind. Even her father, a man of few words, now hung his head low, reflecting on the moments he wished he had spoken for her, knowing deep down that regrets could not bring back the lost. As word of Aino's tale spread across villages, it transformed into a mosaic of stories, each retelling imprinted with the pain of those who spoke it. Some recounted it as a cautionary tale, a reminder that a heart cannot be forced into submission, no matter how great the match. Others narrated it as a tragedy, illustrating how even the mightiest sage could not claim love without paying a cost. Young girls would gather by the rivers, whispering Aino's name, some with envy for her freedom, others with fear of the sorrow her choice had wrought. Young men spoke of her with a mix of reverence and sadness, captivated by the maiden who chose the waters over a life of constraint. Aino's name lived on, a bittersweet legend that danced on the lips of many. However, Wainamoinen could not remain still. His sorrow was an anchor, dragging him down into the depths of despair, and the world around him was too vast to be confined by grief. With a heavy heart and staff in hand, he set out once more into the wild. He traversed forests where the pines whispered secrets above him, meadows vibrant with wildflowers that swayed in harmony with the gentle breeze, and rivers that sparkled under the sun like 1,000 diamonds. As he walked, he sang, not songs of creation, but melodies of longing, grief, and the haunting emptiness left behind by unfulfilled love. His voice soared over the hills and echoed through the valleys, reaching far and wide, drawing tears from the eyes of those who heard him. The animals, too, were touched by his sorrow. Birds ceased their chirping as his voice rose, and deer paused, ears perked and alert, as if comprehending a profound truth they could not articulate. Even the stones seemed to soften, warmed by the depth of his emotional ballads. Storytellers wove Aino's tale into the fabric of folklore, repeating the lines that held the essence of her spirit. She wept, and her tears fed the rivers. She walked, and the moss bent beneath her feet. She entered the sea, and the waves closed around her. She vanished, and the people remembered. A rhythm emerged from these lines, a cadence that pressed the tale into the hearts of listeners, ensuring that Aino's story would never be forgotten. But what then was the meaning of Aino's story? Each listener found their own interpretation. Some spoke of freedom, asserting that the heart cannot be bound, not even by the mightiest of men. Others reflected on sorrow, recognizing that the world offers no path devoid of pain. Still, some found wisdom in the tale, reminding all that even an eternal singer like Wainamoinen was not exempt from the trials of love and loss. For Wainamoinen, the wound of Aino's absence never truly healed, forever embedded in his songs. For the people, it served as a powerful reminder that love must be chosen, never commanded. And perhaps for Aino, there existed a peace, a liberation found in the waters below, or in the freedom of her spirit, eternally unbound. As time flowed like a river, Wainamoinen's grief did not vanish. It settled into the backdrop of his songs, shaping his voice and serving as a constant reminder of what he had lost. He pressed on, for the world still cradled countless tales waiting to be told, of quests, of rivals, of treasures yet to be discovered. Yet behind each note he sang, the memory of the maiden who walked into the sea lingered, a bittersweet echo in the symphony of his life. And so concludes the tale of Wainamoinen and Aino, a tale woven with threads of sorrow, freedom, and the profound power of song, forever etched in the hearts of those who remember. In the fading light of a weary world, Wainamoinen wandered the vast expanse of Kalevala, his heart heavy with the sorrow of Aino. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, and as he moved through the ancient forests, a melancholic tune escaped his lips. Though his songs had once shaped rivers and danced through the air with joy, now they immersed everything in a shroud of longing, bending the trees with a gentle sorrow that made even the wind weep softly. The river's ever-faithful witnesses whispered back his pain, echoing the heartache that had become his constant companion. But even sorrow could not anchor his restless spirit. The world beckoned him, vast and untamed. Beyond the familiar groves of Kalevala lay the shadowy lands of Pohjola, a place where the sun's rays struggled to break through and where the winds were sharp as blades. There, the formidable mistress Louhi ruled, her wisdom cloaked in an iron will, her name whispered in awe and fear alike. Many had sought her favor, for her bargains could weave the very fabric of fate itself. With his staff gripped tightly, Wainamoinen set his course toward Pohjola, each step an echo of his desires, a yearning for purpose amidst his grief. As he stepped into Louhi's hall, a chill settled over him. The interior was stark, yet commanding, infused with the scent of iron and the flicker of torchlight that danced like fireflies. Louhi stood tall, her presence a force of nature, age etched in the lines of her face, her sharp eyes piercing through the shadows. There was no warmth in her greeting, only a measured curiosity that hung in the air like the faintest hint of storm. "Why comes the singer of Kalevala into the Northlands?" she inquired, her voice steady, betraying neither welcome nor hostility. Väinämöinen bowed, his heart racing. "I come seeking aid, and perhaps a bargain. The world is wide, but sorrow has followed me. I seek work to set my mind at rest and song to lift my spirit." Louhi regarded him with interest, her mind already weaving thoughts of how his grief might serve her ends. Finally, she spoke, her voice low and resonant. "There is a task no man has yet accomplished. Forge for me the Sampo, and I will grant you riches beyond counting. Forge for me the Sampo, and I will offer my daughter's hand in marriage, should you desire it. Forge for me the Sampo, and you shall earn your place in the songs of Pohjola forever." Väinämöinen frowned, a knot of uncertainty tightening in his belly. "The Sampo? I have heard whispers, but I know not its making." "The Sampo," she said, her eyes glinting like steel under the forge's glow, "is a mill of magic. When it turns, it grinds out grain, endless and golden. It produces salt, pure and white. It yields gold, bright and unceasing. With it, a land will never hunger, never want, never fall to ruin. Bring me such a thing, and my favor will be yours." Silence hung heavy between them, the weight of expectation pressing down on Väinämöinen. He was a singer, a weaver of words and melodies, not a smith. The task felt like a mountain he was too weary to climb. But the promise of Louhi's favor stirred something deep within him, igniting a flicker of hope amidst his heartache. "I cannot forge it," he finally admitted, "but I know one who can." And so, Väinämöinen journeyed back to Kalevala, where the master smith Ilmarinen resided. His forge was an altar of creativity, the air thick with the scent of burning coal and the ringing echo of hammer on iron. Sparks flew like shooting stars with every blow of Ilmarinen's hammer as he crafted wonders from raw elements. "Brother," Väinämöinen called, urgency lacing his voice. "There is work only you can do. Louhi of Pohjola has set a task for us, to forge the Sampo, a mill of endless bounty. If you succeed, her favor will be ours, and your name will echo in the songs of time." Ilmarinen paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression wary. "You are a singer, not a smith. Why do you bring me such a burden?" "Because no other can do it," Väinämöinen replied earnestly. "Your forge is strong enough, your skill unmatched. Without you, the Sampo will never be made." Ilmarinen shook his head, doubt shadowing his brow. "The task is impossible. Such wonders belong to gods, not men." Yet Väinämöinen's voice wove around him, coaxing him with promises of glory and treasures. He sang of the Sampo's shining lid, the wealth it would bring, and the favor of Louhi that would enrich them both. The power of his melody seeped into the very stones of the forge, filling the air with the pulse of possibility. At last, Ilmarinen sighed, resolve firming in his heart. "Very well, if Louhi demands it, and if you stand by me, I will try. But know this, brother, such a task will not be easy. The forge may fail, the iron may resist, and what we make may not be what we intend." Väinämöinen nodded, determination brightening his weary spirit. "Still, we must try." Thus the two set forth to Pohjola, Väinämöinen with his staff, Ilmarinen with his hammer, through whispering pines and across rushing rivers, their breaths misting in the biting cold air. As they arrived in Pohjola, Louhi awaited them with predatory eyes. "So you have brought the smith," she remarked, her voice a blend of approval and challenge. "Let him begin. The forge of Pohjola waits, its bellows strong, its anvils ready. Let us see if he can make the Sampo." Without hesitation, Ilmarinen approached the forge, inspecting its stones blackened by years of fire. He tested the bellows and studied the coal and iron, gauging their potential. And then he began the arduous task of creation. 3 days and 3 nights, he labored without a moment's rest, coaxing the fire into a fierce inferno, hammering iron until sparks illuminated the dim hall like a constellation of hopes. He sang to the metal, a language of fire and steel, seeking the shape it longed to become. His first attempt, a bow, strong enough to never miss its mark, was wild and unruly, bent and broken. He cast it back into the fire, frustration bubbling alongside fatigue. Next, a boat, swift enough to sail without oars, proved restless, eager to wander and not serve. It too met the flames. A golden-horned cow was greedy, devouring endlessly, and the plow turned against its master, wreaking havoc instead of order. With each failed attempt, exhaustion gnawed at Ilmarinen's spirit. Yet he did not yield. Resting his hammer, he whispered to the fire, both a companion and a foe, "There must be a way. I will find it." In the depths of his struggle, hope flickered like a stubborn ember, waiting to be nurtured back into life. Ilmarinen stood before the roaring forge, his face illuminated by the fierce embrace of the fire, casting flickering shadows that danced along the stone walls like restless spirits. The iron glowed, a radiant orb of orange and gold, as if the very essence of the sun had been captured within its molten depths. Yet deep in his heart, doubt gnawed at his spirit. His first attempts had failed, each creation a flicker of hope extinguished. The bow that twisted towards violence, the boat that yearned for distant shores, the cow that consumed endlessly, and the plow that marred the earth it was meant to nurture. With a sigh, he set his hammer down, letting the weight of his thoughts slick away. He breathed in slowly, steady as the bellows, drawing in the heat and the whispers of the forge. "Fire listens to patience," he murmured to himself, a mantra against despair. "Metal learns from touch." As he closed his eyes, the sounds of the forge enveloped him. The soft hush of the bellows, the crackle of coal, and the tiny cries that the iron made as it cooled. In his mind's eye, he walked through the shapes he had forged, reflecting on their flaws. He understood now. They desired to be something else, something he had yet to discover. Wainamoinen, the wise bard, watched in silence. He knew that his gift of song was not meant to direct a metal. Instead, he hummed a calming note, a steady rhythm that filled the air, like a reassuring hand resting upon a friend's shoulder. Farther back, Louhi, the stern mistress of Pohjola, stood with her arms crossed, her gaze sharp like that of a hawk. No words of praise or scorn fell from her lips. She remained still, patient, like winter lingering at the edge of autumn. With a newfound clarity, Ilmarinen opened his eyes. The Sampo is not a bow, nor a boat, nor a cow, nor a plow. He declared resolutely, "It is a mill. It must be balanced. It must be obedient. It must be generous without becoming wild." He turned back to the forge, a flicker of determination igniting within him. "Then let us speak to balance." Gathering simple things, he took a pinch of clean earth, a cup of clear water, a breath of steady air, and a coal that held brave fire. He laid them out upon the anvil, grounding himself in their essence, touching each in turn. "Earth, be my weight," he whispered, his voice soft yet commanding. "Hold steady." "Water, be my smoothness," he continued, "turn without breaking." "Air, be my breath," he said, "keep the heat even." "Fire, be my heart," he concluded, "melt what is stubborn, bind what is separate." He was a smith, not a priest, yet every craft has its song, and every worker knows the prayer woven within their labor. Ilmarinen began to sing, a low, even chant that named the metals and their moods, the awakening of iron, the stiffening of steel, the softening of gold, and the flowing of silver. The bellows resumed their rhythm, wish and sigh, coaxing the coals to flare bright. The iron transitioned from red to orange to white, sparks leaping into the air like stars igniting in the night. With tongs firmly grasped, Ilmarinen drew the glowing mass to the anvil, hammer rising and falling in a steady beat. Tap and ring. Tap and ring. Each strike echoed like a heartbeat as the metal flattened, curled, thickened at the rim, and thinned at the hub, transforming into the face of the millstone. Back into the fire went the piece, where fine filings were folded into the heat, a thread of silver added for smoothness, a grain of gold mixed to make it sing. Again the hammer struck, and again he turned the metal, crafting another plate, a twin to the first, slightly lighter, designed to rest above. Between them he would forge the teeth that would meet and kiss, grinding without biting too deep. With precision, he shaped the central spindle, straight and true, and the handle that would connect the turning hand to the stone. Lastly, he began the lid, careful and bright, laying thin veins of color. Blue, like deep lake water. Green, like the spruce at dusk. And gold, like wheat basking in the last light of day. When tipped, it caught the fire, glowing from within, a beacon of his labor. Wainamoinen released a breath he didn't know he had been holding. Louhi, though still poised, leaned a little closer, intrigue softening her gaze. But a mill is more than mere shape. It must turn, yield, and persist. Ilmarinen tested his creation, building a frame of ironwood and oak, setting the lower stone firm and the upper stone true. He joined the spindle, placed the handle, and with a slow, deliberate push, he set the mill into motion. At first, it complained, a scratch, a rub, and Ilmarinen smiled, whispering, "Tell me where you hurt." He lifted the lid, smoothing a tender spot with leather and grit, oiling the spindle with rendered fat and pine, and dusting the stones with rye flour for good luck. With renewed resolve, he turned the handle again. The sound transformed into a soothing hush-hush, like a child sleeping soundly. "Now speak," he beckoned the mill. "Tell me what you give." He set a handful of grain between the stones, and the Sampo accepted it, returning flour, fine as snow, soft and light. Next, he added coarse salt crystals. The Sampo responded, grinding them smooth and bright, white as a cloud. Finally, he dropped in a nugget and metal filings. The Sampo churned, filling the tray below with glimmering dust. Louhi's eyes sparkled with wonder. Again, she urged. Desire etched upon her face. Ilmarinen turned the handle with purpose. Flour spilled steadily, salt poured out pure and even, and gold dust cascaded like sunlight, not too fast to waste, and not too slow to be useless. Enough. Just enough. As the smith paused, the forge fell silent. Even the bellows seemed to hold their breath, sensing the significance of the moment. "This is the Sampo," Ilmarinen stated, clarity resonating in his voice. "It turns to feed, it turns to season, it turns to enrich. It does not run wild, it does not starve. It obeys the hand that turns it." Wainamoinen smiled, the first true warmth lighting his face in many days. "Brother," he said softly, "you have forged a song into iron." Finally, Louhi stepped forward. She did not clap, for such gestures did not suit her. Instead, she placed her hand upon the lid, tracing the veins of color, blue, green, and gold, and for a fleeting moment, her hardened expression softened. "It will do," she declared, a hint of approval lingering in her tone. Yet Pohjola knew hunger, and it understood the brutal nature of winter. Louhi, ever cautious, took no chances. The Sampo was carried deep into the hill, resting in a chamber carved from cold stone, set upon thick timbers that would not warp. Heavy bars were fixed across the door, locked with 3 iron locks, accompanied by 3 curses laid like guard dogs at the threshold. One to blind intruders, one to freeze their steps, and one to fill their mouths with sleep. Louhi called forth watchers, a pike with iron scales to circle the hill, a bear draped in frost to prowl the slopes, a crow with a sharp eye to observe by day, and a will-o'-the-wisp to lead wanderers astray at night. Only when all was secured did she allow herself to breathe fully. Turning to Ilmarinen and Wainamoinen, she declared, The work is complete. Now we discuss terms. Louhi was not unjust, but precise, counting her gifts like a merchant counts grain, deliberate and with foresight. To the smith, who forged the Sampo, she began, facing Ilmarinen. I give honor in Pohjola, a fur-lined cloak, a chest of coins, silver clasps, and a blade that holds an edge like winter ice. More can be promised, should more be done. Ilmarinen nodded, appreciating the clarity of her words. I accept. Turning then to Väinämöinen, she said, to the singer who brought the smith, I offer safe passage north, food upon my tables, fire at my hearth, and the right to request a favor still to come. The bard regarded her thoughtfully. And your daughter? He asked, his voice probing the earlier offer. Ah, my daughter, Louhi replied, her tone even. She is not a commodity to be traded for grain. She will be given only if a deed of equal weight is fulfilled. The Sampo is weighty, yes, but there are deeds far heavier. Her words were cool as river stones, measured and deliberate. Väinämöinen inclined his head, already burdened by the ache of Aino. He had no desire to bind another unwilling heart. Perhaps Louhi understood this, weighing the kindness she could afford against her need to retain power. So be it, he said, accepting the terms. For several days, Pohjola flourished. Flour rose high in sacks, salt filled jars to the brim, and gold dust settled in glistening piles. The market came alive with laughter, children licking salt from their fingers, women nurturing the flour as if it were newborn life, and old men nodding appreciatively at the shimmering gold dust, contented with the abundant enough. But joy is a delicate garment, easily torn, and fear lurked closely behind. Will it last? The people whispered. Will the Sampo tire? They wondered if someone would come to claim it. Louhi heard their murmurs, but remained steadfast, reassured by her locks, watchers, and the northern chill at their backs. Let them try, she stated resolutely, yet the news of the Sampo spread like wildfire, for good fortune has a loud voice. A traveling peddler shared stories in the south, traders repeated the tale in lakeside halls, and warmed guests let it slip amidst cups of ale. Soon, all tongues spoke the tale. Pohjola possesses a mill that creates wealth without end. Väinämöinen listened, his face a mask of calm. Ilmarinen organized his tools, aware of the treachery, drawn to treasures like moths to a flame. Brother, the smith remarked, you seem distant, peering beyond these walls. I hear the river counting, Väinämöinen replied softly. It counts how many hands will seek to drain it dry. Before departing from the forge, Ilmarinen crafted one final piece, a small crank of iron, polished to perfection, designed to fit the Sampo's handle. He presented it to Louhi, demonstrating how it eased the turn, maintained a steady rhythm, and spared the shoulder from fatigue. Louhi observed his hands as he worked, her voice tinged with curiosity. You think of tomorrow, she noted. A tool that lasts must endure with people, he explained earnestly. It must meet their weaknesses with kindness. A subtle hint of a smile flickered across Louhi's face. Then the Sampo will serve us longer. It will, Ilmarinen confirmed, if it remains here. Her eyes narrowed, sensing the shadow in his words. Though unspoken, worry brushed against her like a chilly draft. That evening, the hall buzzed with warmth. The aroma of steaming meat filled the air. Cups were passed around, and music soared, fiddles, flutes, and the soft drumming of palms upon tables. Even Louhi allowed her mind to uncoil slightly. The Sampo lay deep within the hill, turning obediently, resting like a well-trained horse between rides. Väinämöinen's song drifted gently through the hall, celebrating simple comforts, bread and salt, sturdy roofs, and lamps that burned bright on long winter nights. People sighed, leaning into one another, children sleeping with crumbs on their lips, while the wind outside rattled the shutters, eventually slipping away like a weary guest. However, far from the hall, at the edge of the hill, the crow perched on its post, cawing low and rough, as if scolding the encroaching dark. The bear circled once around the slope before settling down, while the pike traced a slow path in the lake, scales shimmering cold as moonlight. The willow, wisp flickered and danced, momentarily extinguishing itself before reigniting a few steps away. All appeared guarded, all was quiet. Yet in the stillness, seeds were sown. Rumors and longings were planted. Mats drawn on tables with spilled ale took root. Somewhere in a distant hall to the south, a man heard the tale of the Sampo and found no solace in sleep. Somewhere in a village ensconced by pine and rock, a woman tallied hungry winters and contemplated locks that might be picked. The river continued to count, while the wind carried news, grain by grain, word by word. Before dawn, Väinämöinen stood in the doorway, watching as the sky began to pale. Work born of need will always be chased by want, he murmured to the empty air, aware of the shadows creeping ever closer. Behind him, the hall breathed deeply in sleep. In the heart of Pohjola, where the frozen winds met the warm glow of hearths, Väinämöinen walked among the villagers, his spirit heavy with a restless melody. The air was alive with the sounds of laughter, the clinking of flour scoops, and the rhythmic salting of meat as the people prepared for the coming winter. Yet, while they celebrated with gleaming eyes and hands dusted with gold flecks, Väinämöinen felt a shadow creeping at the edges of the vibrant song. Whispering of something amiss. What is given freely, he murmured to himself, stays light in the hand. What is locked away rose heavy. Nearby, Ilmarinen, the weary smith, listened but said nothing. He was a man shaped by labor, with arms aching from hammering and a heart yearning for the quiet embrace of his forge in Kalevala. He thought of the Sampo, the miraculous mill he had forged for Louhi, and though he had fulfilled his promise, a part of him longed to return to the warmth of his own fires. Louhi, the mistress of the north, had no intention of granting such freedom. Her eyes sparkled with unyielding pride each time she spoke of the Sampo, guarding it as if it were her own flesh and blood. When traders came, she offered flour from her mill, salt from her depths, and gold dust to pay debts, all while reveling in the power it brought her. Each turn of the mill's handle only deepened her attachment and sense of ownership. At first, the villagers rejoiced, their hearts buoyed by the promise of endless bounty. "Never again will we go hungry," they exclaimed, dreams of feasts filling their minds. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, envy began to coil around their joy like a shadowy serpent. Why must the Sampo stay hidden? Why not let every house have its turn? They questioned in hushed tones, their voices tinged with discontent. But fear silenced the dissenters. "Do not speak so," they warned, glancing nervously toward Louhi's lofty hill, where she watched with sharp ears and colder eyes than the harshest winter wind. Yet whispers have a way of spreading, creeping into every corner of the village, until even children wondered aloud, who truly owns the Sampo? Eventually, Väinämöinen could bear it no longer. He approached Louhi, the weight of his heart reflected in his furrowed brow. "Mistress of the North," he began, his voice steady yet imbued with a softness. "The task is complete. The smith has forged what you asked. The Sampo is now yours. Allow us to return to Kalevala." Louhi regarded him keenly, her eyes penetrating the gray strands of his hair and the fatigue etched upon his face. "So eager to leave?" she replied, her voice thick with mockery. "Is my hall too cold? My bread too coarse?" "Your hall is strong," he replied humbly, "and your bread fills the belly. But our homes lie south, and my people await me, while Ilmarinen's forge grows cold." Louhi's lips curled, yet not into the warmth of a smile. "Very well, take your leave. The North has no chains upon your feet. But know this, the Sampo remains. It was forged here and belongs to this land. If your people hunger, let them seek their own bounty." Väinämöinen did not argue further. He bowed respectfully, and he and Ilmarinen turned southward. leaving the cold strength of Pohjola behind. The tale of the Sampo traveled quickly, carried by traders to Kalevala and beyond, into distant villages and lonely lakeside huts. They spoke of a mill that never ceased grinding, that poured forth salt like drifting snow, and sifted gold like pollen caught in the gentle breeze. Listeners reacted with a mix of skepticism and wonderment. Some laughed, dismissing it as mere fanciful chatter. Others leaned in, their eyes alight with dreams of what such a treasure could mean. If such a thing exists, they whispered, why should Pohjola alone keep it? Why let one woman hold all while we face hunger? Around flickering fires, men conjured visions of riches. With a Sampo, they declared, we would fear no winter. We could trade with the world, live as kings. The seed of desire had been planted, deep and festering. Upon his return to Kalevala, Väinämöinen faced a throng of eager faces. Tell us, they implored, is the tale true? Does Pohjola possess such a mill? Has Louhi locked it away, greedy and jealous? Raising his hand for silence, he spoke with the gravity of truth. It is true, Ilmarinen forged the Sampo in Louhi's forge. It grinds grain, salt, and gold, yet remains locked deep in her hill, guarded beyond iron bars and fierce curses. Unease rippled through the crowd. Some faces turned grim, while others burned with a fierce longing for what they could not have. Väinämöinen's voice resonated with warning as he sang a low, haunting melody. Greed feeds quickly, but starves sooner. A treasure locked grows heavy with envy. A prize too bright blinds the hand that seizes it. The Sampo is not a gift, but a chain. Beware the chain, lest it bind you. Yet, his cautions fell on deaf ears, igniting their desires further. The more he sang of danger, the more they envisioned the prize, the more they plotted to find a way to undo Louhi's locks and curses. In the quiet of his forge, Ilmarinen labored in silence, hammer ringing against anvil. Yet, amidst shaping blades and plows, his mind wandered frequently to the Sampo. He recalled its glowing lid, the gentle hum of its turning, and the unending bounty it offered. On many occasions he paused, staring into the flames, whispering to himself, what if it were here, not there? What if it turned for Kalevala instead of Pohjola? But he kept these thoughts hidden, smoldering quietly like coals beneath ash. Meanwhile, Louhi lay restlessly in her halls, haunted by dreams of intruders and the sound of breaking locks, her people turning against her in demand rather than gratitude. She rose frequently in the night, pacing her chambers, checking the locks, whispering charms over the watchers. Over the pike in the lake, the bear on the slope, the crow perched in darkness. Guard well, she instructed, until the sun forgets to rise. Yet even she understood the fragility of her treasures. Nothing crafted by mortal hands remains forever secure. Thus, the Sampo was forged and hidden, granting endless sustenance to Pohjola, while Kalevala grew restless in yearning. Väinämöinen sang of caution, Ilmarinen toiled in silence, and Louhi vigilantly guarded her secrets, all while desire simmered just beneath the surface. The world changed in subtle yet profound ways, for when such a treasure exists, no corner of the earth remains untouched. Desire is a fire, leaping walls, spreading in whispers, lying in wait. Thus, the tale of the Sampo did not conclude with its forging, it merely began. For soon, songs would rise again, songs of quests, of battles, and the eternal struggle for a treasure no land could ultimately ignore. In the vast and whispering lands that lay between Kalevala and Pohjola, a youth named Joukahainen thrived, his heart swelling with pride and ambition. With limbs as strong as iron and a voice that rang like a silver bell, he was quick of tongue but regrettably shallow of wisdom, much like the fragile ice of early spring. He had often heard tales of Väinämöinen, the eternal singer, whose songs breathed life into ancient forests and carved rivers with melodic wonder. Wherever the people gathered, his name floated on the air, honored and revered, igniting a fire of envy in Joukahainen's heart. Why should all speak of the gray-haired one? He muttered one evening, the twilight casting long shadows around him. Why should his name ride every wind while mine lies still? Am I not strong? Am I not clever? Do I not know songs enough to make the earth tremble? Let me face him. Let me match him. Then the people will know another name. His mother, with worry etched across her brow, warned him, "Pride is a hard stone, my son. Do not strike your head against it." His father, a stoic figure of wisdom, cautioned, "Wisdom grows with years. Do not challenge a man who has walked longer roads than you." But Joukahainen laughed, a sound brimming with youthful defiance. "One is age but dust on the shoulders. One is wisdom but a chain for those too afraid to leap. I will go to Kalevala. I will face Väinämöinen. And I will prove that youth outshines gray hair." With that fierce determination, Joukahainen saddled his swift horse and hopped onto a polished wooden sledge, cracking the reins with a sharp snap. The horse leaped forward, hooves striking sparks against the frozen ground, through the silent forests, where tall pines whispered ancient secrets overhead. He galloped across frozen marshes, the runners of his sledge singing against the ice like a chorus of victory. Over rivers he flew, the spray freezing in the air like diamonds caught in the sun. Pride propelled him faster than any steed. Visions of glory danced in his mind. Him standing tall above Väinämöinen, the crowd chanting his name. The eternal singer bowed and broken. The day waned, the sky reddening like molten iron in a smith's fire. Just as darkness threatened to swallow the path, he caught sight of a figure striding along the road ahead. It was Väinämöinen, a tall man leaning on a staff, his gray hair glinting in the fading light like silver threads spun by moonlight. Joukahainen drew his horse to a halt, the sledge sliding to a stop with a hiss. His heart raced, and his voice rang sharp with challenge. "Step aside, old man. The road is narrow, and youth must ride while age must walk." Väinämöinen turned, his deep-set eyes reflecting calmness. "The road is wide enough for both, if pride does not crowd it." But Joukahainen laughed derisively. "You are the singer they call eternal? The one all praise? I see only a gray head and slow steps. Make way, or I will drive you aside." Väinämöinen's gaze remained steady, a quiet storm of experience behind it. "I have walked longer roads than you can dream, boy. I have sung rivers into being and shaped mountains with my voice. Do not let your tongue run faster than your wisdom." Joukahainen's pride flared hotter than the sun at noon. "Then let us test it, you and I, a contest of song. If your wisdom is as great as you claim, let it stand against mine. If not, step aside and let youth rule." Väinämöinen sighed, the weight of many years heavy upon his shoulders. He had seen pride before, and he knew the sorrow it often ushered in. Yet refusing a challenge in this world was tantamount to denying one's very existence. "Very well, let us sing," he acquiesced. They stood upon the road, face to face, Joukahainen blazing with the fire of youth, and Väinämöinen, a mountain of steadiness. The forest, usually alive with the rustle of leaves, fell silent, the wind pausing to listen. Joukahainen began, his voice rising like a tempest. He sang of earth and sky, of mountains and rivers, painting vivid images with his words, the roots of trees, the bones of beasts, the paths of stars. For a moment, it seemed the very ground leaned closer, enraptured by his fervor. But when he finished, expecting applause, he was met only with the gentle smile of Väinämöinen. Then, with a voice like rolling thunder softened by distance, Väinämöinen sang. He sang of things older than mountains and rivers, older than stars themselves. His words spoke of the first dawn, when the sun lifted its head from the sea, and the first wind took its breath. He sang of the world's shaping, the delicate dance of light and shadow, a tapestry woven through time. Joukahainen's face paled, his hands clenched in desperation. He unleashed more riddles and boasts, claiming knowledge of hidden things, shouting of powers he had not earned. But Wainamonen's voice only grew stronger, a tide rising against him. He sang of fire and water, of the birth of iron in the heart of stars and the quiet fall of snow. Each word was a stone laid upon the other, building something grander than either singer. Youkahainen stumbled back, feeling the weight of the song press down on him, heavier than stone, hotter than flame. As Wainamoinen sang of forests, Youkahainen's limbs stiffened. He sang of marshes, and Youkahainen's feet sank into the earth. He sang of rivers, and water cascaded around Youkahainen's knees. He sang of frost, and ice bound the youth's arms. At last, Youkahainen found himself trapped, sinking into the earth, his chest encased in ice, hands locked in air, while his horse stamped and whinnied, helpless to save him. "Enough," Youkahainen cried, desperation and panic threading his voice. "Enough, singer of Kalevala. Release me, or I am undone." Wainamoinen's song softened but did not cease. "Did you not demand a contest? Did you not boast of your wisdom and strength? Where is your song now?" Tears sprang to Youkahainen's eyes, hot with shame. "I was foolish. Pride blinded me. Spare me, and I will give gifts beyond measure. A bow that never misses, a horse that never tires, gold enough to fill your halls." But Wainamoinen shook his head, wisdom mirrored in his gaze. "I have no need of such gifts. Bows grow brittle, horses weary, gold grows dull. What else can you offer?" Desperation clawed at Youkahainen's heart. "Then take my sister. Take Aino, fairer than dawn, brighter than water, gentle as the spring breeze. She shall be your bride if only you release me." At the sound of her name, Wainamoinen's heart clenched, memories flooding back, her laughter, her sorrow, the way her garland of flowers sank beneath the waves. For a fleeting moment, his voice faltered, the hold of the song loosening. "Spare me, eternal singer. Take my sister, but let me live," Youkahainen pleaded, feeling a flicker of hope. Wainamoinen stood silent, torn between grief and duty, memory and desire. At last, he released the song. The earth softened, the frost melted, and the water receded. Youkahainen stumbled free, gasping for breath, pride shattered, eyes dark with shame. Thus the contest ended, with Wainamoinen's song triumphant and Youkahainen humbled. Yet from that moment, a new sorrow arose, for Aino's name had been spoken once more, and her fate would twist with the rivalry of men. In the depths of winter, as twilight draped the land in a cloak of silver frost, Youkahainen sat in his sledge, the chill seeping through his damp clothes. His horse, a sturdy creature with a coat like polished ebony, shivered beneath him, sensing the turmoil in his rider's heart. The reins cracked sharply in Youkahainen's trembling hands, and the sledge lurched forward, its runners hissing against the ice. No speed could outrun the shame that clung to him like a second skin, suffocating and relentless. Visions of Wainamoinen's calm gaze haunted him, those eyes like deep, tranquil lakes, reflecting the very essence of wisdom. The sage's song still echoed in his mind, a melody that pressed him into the earth and bound him with the weight of frost. Each note a thorn piercing his pride. Youkahainen's heart raced, not with the thrill of victory, but with the bitter sting of defeat. When he finally reached home, the fire in his chest burned hotter than the forges of Pohjola. His mother, with hands as warm as the hearth and eyes soft like summer clouds, approached him. "My son," she said, her voice gentle but laced with concern. "Why do you return so pale? What shadow follows you?" But Youkahainen, consumed by his turmoil, turned away. "Ask me nothing. The road has given me no honor. Let me sit in silence." Silence, however, was a feeble refuge amidst the turmoil of his family's laughter and probing questions. His father pressed him for answers, while his brothers, ever eager to tease, hurled jests that cut deep. Finally, the dam inside him broke, and he unleashed his shame in a torrent of bitter words. He recounted the contest, the crushing defeat, and the song that had bound him in the grip of humiliation. His brothers roared with mocking laughter. So the eternal singer sent you home, dripping like a thawed icicle? The boy who boasted of wisdom is left with mud on his boots and tears on his cheeks. Yet it was not their laughter that pierced him most. It was his mother's sorrowful gaze. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice a whisper of sorrow. Pride drove you, my son. I warned you the stone was hard, and now you bear the bruise. Learn from it, lest the bruise become a scar. But Joukahainen's heart hardened instead. His shame twisted into something darker, a bitter seed of resentment taking root. As he spoke of his misguided bargain, promising his beloved sister, Aino, to the great Vainamoinen, his mother's expression transformed. She pressed her lips tight, the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air. At last, she murmured, a voice trembling with a blend of hope and sorrow. My daughter, fair Aino, bride to the greatest of men. This is no shame, my son. This is honor. For what woman would not wish to sit at the side of Vainamoinen, whose voice shapes the world? Yet Aino's reaction was one of despair. Once again, her fate was tethered to the ambitions of men. She fled the hall, tears cascading down her cheeks, her garland of flowers slipping from her hair like fallen petals. Her mother watched her go, her heart heavy with conflict, whispering a quiet mantra. This is fate. Better she weep now than wander without honor. Better she be bound to greatness than drift unseen. But Aino's tears were laden with a longing for freedom, a heart tethered against its will. Meanwhile, Joukahainen brooded alone by the fire, the echoes of laughter still ringing in his ears, while his mother's sorrow pressed upon his chest like a stone. His humiliation gnawed at him, sharper than any hunger. Why should he stand above me? He muttered into the flickering flames. Why should every word from his lips be law, while mine fall to dust? Am I not a man? Am I not strong? Fists clenched, nails biting into his palms, he vowed, if I cannot best him with song, I will find another way. I will watch, I will wait. And when the chance comes, I will see Vainamoinen fall. Thus, the rivalry deepened, transforming from mere defeat to a dark and dangerous obsession. Across the forest of Kalevala, Vainamoinen wandered, his staff tapping against the gnarled roots, his song a gentle murmur of sorrow. Victory felt hollow within him as he recalled Joukahainen's pale face, the promise of a sister echoing in his heart. He stopped by a still lake, gazing into its depths, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw Aino's reflection, her laughter woven into his memory. He heard the water whisper, not in waves, but in her voice, urging him, do not seek me, do not bind me, let me be free. With heavy eyes, he realized that though he wielded great power, he could not alter the current of fate. His song could raise mountains, yet it could not erase the sorrow constricting his heart. As the tale of Joukahainen's defeat spread through villages, children sang it in play, while farmers laughed, leaning on their hoes. But not all laughter was kind. Some felt pity for the humiliated youth, recalling their own moments of pride humbled. Others warned that a shamed man could become dangerous, like a wolf cast out from the pack. Aino's name, too, rippled through discussions, evoking unease. Mothers would shake their heads, lamenting. Why must her fate be tied again to men's bargains? Daughters listened, hearts tightening with the weight of a story that could be their own. Days turned into weeks, and Joukahainen's anger swelled like a looming storm. He roamed the forests, bow in hand, whispering dark vows of vengeance. Each practice with his bow sharpened his skills, yet could not silence the bitterness within. He envisioned battles where he triumphed, only to awaken each day to the truth. He had been defeated, and the world watched him return home in shame. One night, as flames danced in the hearth, he whispered fiercely, if song cannot fell him, then steel shall. If words cannot bind him, then an arrow will. The flames crackled in agreement, fueling his hardened heart. Thus, Joukahainen nurtured his bitterness, while Vainamoinen wandered, heavy with remembrance. Between them lay Aino's name, a name binding sorrow and promising more grief to come. In the heart of winter, as the sun lingered low on the horizon, The world lay blanketed in snow, muffling all sound and softening the landscape to a serene whiteness. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, a storm raged within Joukahainen. His anger smoldered, a hidden coal glowing fiercely beneath his cloak, growing hotter with each passing day. Every whispered praise of Wainamoinen, every song sung in honor of the sage, was a spark that fanned the flames of his resentment. He gritted his teeth, his hands trembling on the bowstring, a reflection of the tumult inside him. Alone in his thoughts, Joukahainen ventured into the woods, hunting not for food, but for vengeance. He crafted arrows with fletchings of swan feathers, their shafts straight as reeds and tips sharp enough to pierce oak. In the dark solitude, he whispered to his arrows, "Fly true, find him, end this shadow that hangs over me." One fateful day, news reached him like a whisper in the wind. Wainamoinen was on the move, traveling south toward the open sea, armed only with his staff and his songs. A rush of adrenaline coursed through Joukahainen's veins. This was his moment, a chance to confront the sage and reclaim his honor. He saddled his swift horse, slinging his bow across his back, the cold air stinging his cheeks as he galloped forward. The snow sprayed beneath the sledge runners, but he felt none of the chill. His heart was ablaze with the vision of his arrow finding its mark. By dusk, he reached a narrow road bordered by towering pines, their branches heavy with snow. Concealing himself among the boughs, he steadied his bow, breath shallow, heart pounding. Finally, through the twilight, he saw him, Wainamoinen, tall and robed, his staff tapping the snow with a rhythm of its own. The gray hair of the sage glimmered in the waning light, embodying a calmness that irked Joukahainen. With a creaking bowstring, he drew back his arrow, arms trembling, not from the cold, but from the weight of his hatred. The arrow flew with a whisper, slicing through the stillness like a breath held too long. Wainamoinen turned, eyes widening for just a moment before the arrow struck, not his heart, but his sledge, splintering wood and sending the sage tumbling into the snow. Joukahainen felt a surge of triumph. Now, old singer, now you taste the hand of youth. No song will save you from steel. He let loose a second arrow, which grazed Wainamoinen's side, staining the snow with crimson, a stark contrast to the winter's white. Yet, as he prepared to draw his third arrow, one he had deemed the sharpest and truest, the air around him shifted dramatically. Wainamoinen, struggling to rise, lifted his voice in a song that resonated with wild power. It was not gentle, but fierce, echoing against the trees and rolling across the snow like thunder. Joukahainen stumbled, his bow slipping from his grasp as his horse reared and bolted, dragging the sledge through the underbrush, crashing into the trees. The youth fell face first into the snow, his pride shattered once more. Wainamoinen, blood seeping from his wound, pressed a hand to his side and leaned heavily on his staff. Summoning the strength from deep within, he sang the snow into a storm. The wind howled, lashing the trees and flinging ice into Joukahainen's eyes. The ground turned into mire, dragging at Joukahainen's legs, while branches twisted into snares, clutching at him. His cries were swallowed by the tempest. With each note, the storm grew, and the forest itself warped around them. In a moment of calamity, the earth beneath Wainamoinen gave way, and he tumbled into the frigid embrace of the sea. Cold waves surged over him, merciless and dark, tearing his staff from his grasp, his cloak pulling him under. He fought against the surging tide, gasping for breath as Joukahainen, half buried in snow and despair, lifted his head to see the sage vanish beneath the gray waters. Triumphant, Joukahainen shouted, "Gone! The singer is gone! Let the sea keep him! Let the world forget his songs!" Yet, a shadow stirred in his heart. The realization that the sea does not easily keep what belongs to the world creeped into his mind. Days blurred into nights as Wainamoinen drifted far from land, clinging to driftwood. His body ached, and the sky spun above him, cold stars glimmering like distant memories. He whispered fragments of songs, not to mold the world, but to keep the weight of despair at bay. The sun scorched by day, the night air pierced him with frost, yet he remained afloat, a testament to resilience amidst hopelessness. Meanwhile, Joukahainen returned home, his family gathering around him, eager for tales of victory. They laughed at his tattered cloak and broken bow, but Joukahainen's eyes burned with a wild fire. "He's gone," he declared, reveling in his supposed triumph. "Vainamoinen will sing no more. Now let the people speak my name." Yet his mother's face bore a frown of concern. "Do not boast so quickly. The sea is wide, and it does not keep secrets. If he lives, you will be hunted by your deed, as a wolf on a trail. If he is dead, your hands are stained forever." But Joukahainen waved her off, asserting, "Let the world think what it will. I'm free of his shadow." However, deep within him lay a hollow echo, for he recognized that his act was not one of triumph, but treachery. The taste of victory was bitter, and as his pride soared, a shadow of unease lingered in his heart. Thus, the contest ended not with a song, but with steel. Vainamoinen drifted between life and death, while Joukahainen returned home unbowed in spirit, yet haunted by a sense of emptiness. The people whispered of the feud, understanding that no rivalry concludes with one blow. It reverberates, waiting like an ember beneath ash. The tale of Vainamoinen and Joukahainen began with songs, but it would echo throughout the ages, shaping the very fate of Kalevala. In the vast expanse of the sea, where the waves danced with no mercy and the wind whispered secrets untold, Vainamoinen found himself drifting upon a shattered plank of wood. The sea, a relentless master, offered neither rest nor refuge, and each wave that tossed him about was a reminder of his vulnerability. His cloak, heavy with the salt of the ocean's depths, clung to him like a second skin. While his wound throbbed, Joukahainen's arrow had grazed him, leaving him to battle both pain and thirst. Days morphed into nights and nights into days, blurring his reality into a monotonous gray horizon that offered no solace. Yet amidst the turmoil, Vainamoinen did not succumb to despair. Instead, as the waves lifted him high and dropped him low, he whispered songs beneath his breath, soft, small tunes meant to steady his heart and keep the encroaching darkness at bay. He sang of dawn, of the sun's inevitable ascent from the depths of night. He sang of the earth, of seeds lying dormant beneath the snow, waiting patiently for the warmth of spring. He sang of the wind, a wanderer always finding its way home, a reflection of his own lost spirit. On the third morning, the sky above him was alive with the cries of white gulls. Their wings fluttering like ghostly beacons in the pale light. They circled overhead, their sharp voices breaking the oppressive silence of his endless drift. With a hoarse but steady voice, Vainamoinen called out, "Birds of the sea, where do you fly? What shores do you know? Tell me, for I am weary of drifting." The gulls did not answer with words, but their flight grew purposeful as they glided westward, as if beckoning him to follow. Resolute, he placed his hand upon the plank and whispered, "Carry me, waves. Carry me where the birds have gone." The sea rolled beneath him, shifting to a current that began to change his course, a glimmer of hope in his otherwise grim fate. That night, as he floated beneath a sky sprinkled with stars sharp as needles, he heard voices rising from the depths of the ocean. Not the familiar calls of fish or whales, but something ancient and hidden. "Who drifts upon us?" they whispered, cold and haunting. "Who clings to wood and breathes still when stronger men have succumbed to the sea?" "I am Vainamoinen," he replied, his voice trembling but filled with defiance. "I am the singer of Kalevala, the shaper of rivers, a wanderer cast into your arms by betrayal." The spirits, curious, murmured among themselves, their voices like the hiss of foam against cold rocks. "We know your songs, heard upon the shores, felt your words ripple through our waters. Why should we not drag you down, keep you as payment for the storms you have calmed? the rivers you have tamed. Instead of bowing to despair, Wainamoinen closed his eyes and sang, not with a voice of command, but of heartfelt plea. He sang of the beauty of water, of lakes that mirrored the sky, of streams that nurtured thirsty roots, and of rains that blessed the fields. His song was a hymn of praise, not of power, and the spirits of the deep, touched by his sincerity, softened in their resolve. "Very well," they murmured. "Drift on, singer. We will not claim you. But remember, the sea gives nothing freely. Every wave has a price." With that, their voices faded into the night, leaving him alone with the rhythmic slap of water against his fragile refuge. On the seventh day, the gulls returned, their cries sharper, more urgent than before. Wainamoinen lifted his weary head, and there it was, a dark line on the horizon, steady against the rolling waves. Land. As the waves pushed him closer, the shape of the shore grew clearer, revealing rocky cliffs adorned with verdant green, a line of trees beckoning him beyond. The surf intensified, heaving him upward and crashing him down, but he clung to the plank with gritted teeth until the breakers hurled him onto the sandy embrace of the beach. Gasping, the salt stinging his wounds, he lay there, feeling the earth firm beneath his hands. After a long moment, he pressed his lips to the sand and whispered, "Thanks be to earth, who holds me still. Thanks be to shore, who does not let me drift." After resting, Wainamoinen slowly rose, leaning on his staff, and took in his new surroundings. This land was unlike Kalevala. The trees towered above him, their leaves glossy and bright. The air was rich with unfamiliar scents, heavy with flowers he had never known. Even the light seemed to shimmer with a different hue, as if a new sun had risen just for him. He cautiously walked inland, his senses igniting with every step. He discovered streams as clear as glass, their banks lined with swaying reeds, meadows where golden grasses danced in the wind, and rolling hills crowned with shrubs heavy with berries that beckoned to be tasted. It was a fair land, yet a sense of unease nestled in his heart. By a stream he spotted her, a maiden, radiant as dawn, with dark hair glistening like raven's wings, her feet playfully dipped in the water as she wove a garland of wildflowers. Her soft song filled the air, a melody that spoke of the coolness of the stream, the transient beauty of flowers, and a longing for things that lay beyond reach. Wainamoinen paused, entranced by her presence. After a moment, he stepped forward, leaning on his staff, and asked softly, "Maiden, what land is this, where trees stand tall and rivers sing sweetly?" Startled but unafraid, she looked up, her eyes reflecting his weary soul. "This is not Kalevala, nor Pohjola. This is a land between, a place few strangers reach." "Who are you, traveler, who comes from the sea as though born from its waves?" With simplicity, he replied, "I am Wainamoinen, the singer of Kalevala, cast adrift by betrayal, carried here by the sea's hand." "And who are you, maiden of the shore?" She smiled faintly, an expression of understanding. "Some call me the maid of the island, or simply Annie, daughter of this land. I tend the meadows and sing to the streams. My life is small, but it is mine." Together they sat by the stream, the maiden weaving flowers while Wainamoinen recounted tales of his wanderings. Aino's sorrow, Laui's bargains, Ilmarinen's forge, the locked Sampo, and Joukahainen's treachery. She listened intently, her eyes wide, her hands pausing in their task. "Yours is no small life," she said thoughtfully. "Yours is a path heavy with sorrow and burden. Yet, still you sing, even when the sea would have taken you." With a deep sigh, he responded, "What else can I do? A singer without song is a bird without wings. Though grief weighs upon me, I must lift my voice." The maiden placed the garland upon his brow, a gesture of kindness. "Then sing here, stranger. Sing to this land and let it know your voice. Perhaps it will give you comfort." And so he sang. He sang of the sea that had carried him, of the gulls that had guided him, of the earth that had steadied him. He poured out his sorrow and loss, his betrayal and drift. but also of survival, of dawn after night, and of the sweetness of finding a voice beside a stream. The maidens smiled, the water rippled around them, and the land seemed to breathe deeper, as if it were listening. In that moment, Wainamoinen found not just land, but a connection, a maiden who listened to his sorrow. The sea had not claimed him, it had only carried him far, redirecting his path towards new tales, new bonds, and trials yet to come. In the heart of a land both familiar and strange, Wainamoinen found solace beside a gentle stream that meandered through emerald meadows. The air was fragrant with wildflowers, their colors vibrant under the warm sun, while the sweet hum of bees buzzed nearby, weaving through the tall grasses. Here, on this enchanting island, he encountered the maiden of the island, Ani, whose kindness was as radiant as the morning dew glimmering on the leaves. Annie welcomed Wainamoinen with open arms, bringing him fresh berries from the hills, glistening fish from the river, and delicate crowns woven from blossoms. Each day they wandered the meadows together, where Annie shared the secrets of the land, pointing out the hidden nests of wild bees and the caves where wise owls hooted softly at dusk. They marveled at the cliffs where the sea roared, waves crashing against stone with the fury of 1,000 tempests. As dusk fell, they gathered by a fire of driftwood, the flames dancing and sending sparks spiraling into the starlit sky. Annie listened with awe as Wainamoinen sang tales from Kalevala, the creation of the world from broken eggs, and the forests that bowed to his voice. Sometimes she joined him, her small, humble songs bright with sincerity, filling the night air with a sweetness that lingered long after the notes faded. With each story shared and each song sung, Wainamoinen felt the weight of his sorrow begin to lift. The salt of the sea faded from his cloak, and a warmth blossomed in his heart. A warmth he thought had long since vanished. Yet as he gazed into Annie's kind eyes, lit by the firelight, the realization of his burdens tugged at him, unwilling to be dismissed. One evening, as the fire crackled and the shadows danced, Annie's voice broke the comfortable silence, soft yet probing. Why do you wander so far from your home? Why not rest in Kalevala, where your people sing your name? Wainamoinen poked at the fire with his staff, the embers glowing brightly. Sorrow drove me here. I lost one I sought to love, not by her choice, nor by mine, but by fate. Her memory weighs heavily on my heart. Ani's gaze deepened, a mixture of compassion and understanding shining through. Then let it rest, she urged gently. Do not bind yourself forever to sorrow. Perhaps this land is your home now. Perhaps I am meant to walk beside you. Her words stirred something within him. He saw the truth in her eyes, bright as the bubbling stream she cherished, strong yet tender. But the fear of the unknown held him back, and he remained silent, knowing fate's hand rarely played a straightforward tune. The following day, Ani led him to a sun-drenched clearing, surrounded by towering oaks. Sing here, she encouraged, the breeze whispering through the leaves. Let the trees know you. If your song is true, the land will answer. Then I will know you are meant to stay. Standing among the ancient oaks, Wainamoinen lifted his voice, singing of the sea that had carried him, the waves that spared him, and the island that offered him refuge. His voice rolled through the grove like the wind, deep and steady, as if the very earth responded to his melody. The oaks swayed, leaves shimmering in harmony, and birds took flight, circling above in a jubilant dance. Annie clapped her hands, her laughter ringing like silver chimes. The land hears you. It welcomes you. You belong here. For a fleeting moment, Wainamoinen felt a sense of belonging, a rare peace amidst his endless wanderings. Yet that night, beneath a canopy of stars, shadow crept into his thoughts. Kalevala beckoned to him, its people, forests, and rivers pulling at his heart. He dreamt of the Sampo locked in Pohjola, of Louhi's cunning gaze, and of Ilmarinen hammering away at his forge. Awakening with a heavy heart, he whispered to the dawn, I cannot stay. Though the land is fair and the maiden kind, my fate calls me onward. Kalevala needs me, whether in sorrow or in song. He held these truths close as he walked beside Ani, not wanting to see the flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Days passed, and their bond deepened like the roots of the oaks surrounding them. Ani crafted him a cloak of soft reeds, adorned with feathers from seabirds. And together they strolled along the shore, their footprints mingling in the sand. At last, she laid her heart bare. "Stay," she implored, her voice trembling yet steadfast. "Let the sea keep its storms. Let Kalevala keep its burdens. Here we may rest, and we will be enough." Vainamoinen's throat tightened with emotion, the warmth of her words mingling with the chill of his resolve. "Your kindness has lightened my sorrow. Your voice has steadied me in turbulent times. But my path is not mine to choose. The world is vast, and my fate calls me onward. I cannot stay, though part of me longs to." A pallor washed over Annie's face, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Is Kalevala more to you than I? Is the world's burden greater than the peace we might share?" "It is not greater," he replied gently, "but it is mine to bear. I am tied to its song as a tree is bound to its roots. I cannot sever it without withering." With that, tears streamed down Annie's cheeks as she turned away, whispering, "Then go. Go if your heart belongs not here. But know this, sorrow will follow you, and I will carry mine." She fled into the embrace of the forest, her garland trailing behind, a symbol of what had been lost. Vainamoinen stood by the stream, heart torn asunder, realizing that fate had brought him love twice, only to have it slip through his hands both times. That night, the sky darkened ominously, clouds gathering to shield the moon from view. Lightning flashed, thunder rolled, and the sea roared against the cliffs, mirroring the tumult within his soul. Sitting by the crackling fire, he drew his cloak close, listening as the storm raged about him. "This is the way of the world," he murmured, acknowledging the dualities of existence. "Joy and sorrow walk together as day follows night. I cannot ask to keep one without facing the other." Thus, Vainamoinen's bond with the maiden of the island shone brightly but ended in shadow. He longed for peace, yet fate's call echoed in his heart. The sea had granted him respite, but it would not grant him home. With sorrow as his only companion, his journey stretched onward into the unknown. As the tempest subsided, the land lay washed in an eerie calm, a canvas painted with nature's fury. Branches lay scattered across the meadows, and the streams surged high with the aftermath of rain, while the sharp, briny scent of the sea filled the air. Vainamoinen, the ancient bard, rose slowly, leaning heavily on his gnarled staff. A weight settled in his heart, heavy with memories of joy and sorrow. Yet his path ahead was unmistakably clear. He scanned the shoreline, yearning for the sweet visage of the maiden, but her enchanting song was swallowed by the crashing waves. He lingered, straining to hear her familiar melody, but only the harsh cries of gulls greeted him, echoing like a mockery of his solitude. With a heavy sigh, he whispered into the salty breeze, "Farewell, maiden of the island. Your kindness saved me when I was lost at sea. Your sorrow is now a weight upon my soul, but I must embark on my journey. May the land cradle you gently, and may your streams sing sweetly in my absence." Resolute, he turned his back to the shore, steeling himself for the unknown that awaited him. Though fatigue draped over him like a shroud, Vainamoinen felt a flicker of hope ignite within. He began to gather driftwood cast aside by the storm, each piece a testament to his resilience. With deft hands, he shaped the wood with his knife, carving the planks smooth while weaving his ancient songs into the very fibers of the boat. He cut a sturdy pine from the forest, molding it into a mast that stood straight and true against the setting sun. By dusk, he had crafted a small vessel, a narrow, swift boat, unadorned yet brimming with the spirit of determination. He placed his staff inside, set a patchwork sail atop it, and gently pushed the boat into the waiting waters. The waves embraced it cautiously, testing its seams, but the craft held firm. With a heart full of trepidation, yet fueled by purpose, Wainamoinen climbed in and let the current carry him into the vast unknown. Unbeknownst to him, from the edges of the forest, the maiden watched with tear-streaked cheeks, her heart tethered to his. In her delicate hands, she clutched a garland of flowers, half-woven, an unfinished symbol of her longing. Her voice trembled as she sang, not to the sailor, but to the sea itself, a lament woven with heartache. Carry him, waves, but do not keep him. Lift him, winds, but do not break him. Guide him, stars, though he belongs not to me. For though he leaves, my heart sails with him. The sea, moved by her sorrow, softened its waves as if honoring her grief. But as the last notes of her song faded into the evening air, she turned away, disappearing among the trees, leaving only silence in her wake. As Wainamoinen sailed farther from the island, he cast one last glance back at the cliffs glistening in the sun. The vibrant greens of the forest, where peace and sorrow had briefly intertwined. Then the horizon swallowed it whole, leaving only the relentless expanse of the sea behind. Days blended into nights as he navigated by the cries of gulls and the twinkling stars above. At times, he sang to steady his heart, but his melodies were softer, tendered by the ache of loss. The sea held him without malice, yet it cloaked its destination in mystery. Then, one fateful morning, the waters beneath him stirred. A shadow, vast as a hill, glided silently below, rising with a majestic swell. The surface broke, and a whale, broad and glistening, rolled beside him, its dark eye fixed upon him with an intensity that made his heart race. "Who drifts upon my waters?" the whale rumbled, its voice echoing like distant thunder. Wainamoinen's grip tightened on the boat's edge, yet he responded with unwavering steadiness. "I am Wainamoinen, the bard of Kalevala, cast adrift by fate in search of solid ground." The mighty whale circled him, the waves rocking his tiny craft. "Why should I spare you? Many men have fed my belly. What makes you worth saving?" In that moment, Wainamoinen drew from the depths of his soul and began to sing. He sang of rivers that nourished the sea, fish gliding silver through the depths, and as whales, those regal kings of the ocean. His song was not one of conquest but of reverence, honoring the majesty of the creature before him and the world they shared. The whale listened, its great eyes softening, pondering the bard's humble tribute. At last it spoke. "Drift on, singer. I will not trouble you. The sea is long, but it remembers those who honor it." With a final graceful roll, the whale vanished beneath the waves, leaving only gentle ripples in its wake. That night, the sky cleared, revealing a single star, blazing brighter than all others, a beacon in the northern sky. Wainamoinen lifted his weary gaze, whispering, "Star of the sky, guide me. My heart is weary, and my path is uncertain. Show me where the earth shall rise once more." The star seemed to shimmer in response, its light twinkling like a heartbeat. The waves shifted beneath him, and the wind filled his sail with renewed purpose. He laid his head against the mast, surrendering to the current, dreaming of forests filled with firelight and the warmth of familiar voices calling him home. By dawn, land emerged on the horizon, a mere whisper at first, but as the sun climbed higher, it transformed into hills and trees, vibrant and alive. The sea pushed him onward, the wind swelling his sail, until the breakers lifted his boat onto warm sands. Wainamoinen stepped ashore, his staff grounding him as he kissed the earth beneath his feet, whispering thanks to the land once more. But this land was unlike Kalevala. Its forests loomed darker, its air colder, and a heavy silence enveloped him. He could feel unseen eyes upon him, prickling his skin, but he tightened his cloak around him and ventured inland, ready to face whatever awaited him. Thus Wainamoinen departed from the maiden of the island, her sorrow echoing in the depths of his heart. The sea had tested him with storms and the great whale, yet it had carried him still, guided by a star toward a new shore, His journey was far from over. It stretched onward, winding through uncharted territories, toward trials yet to be sung. In the fading light of dusk, Wainamoinen stood upon the strange shore, his weathered staff planted firmly in the damp sand. The rhythmic lapping of waves behind him mingled with the pungent scent of pine and wood smoke wafting from beyond the trees. Yet, as he gazed into the vast expanse of forest before him, unease stirred within his heart. This land was not Kalevala, the home he had known. There were no familiar fires, no joyous songs echoing through the air. Only the promise of the unknown loomed ahead. He ventured up a ridge, blood stirring with every laborious step. From this vantage point, he beheld valleys shrouded in deep mist, rivers that glimmered like silver threads stitched through the fabric of the land, and dark hills that rose ominously against the twilight sky. Above him, a hawk circled, its piercing cry slicing through the silence before it disappeared into the gathering clouds. "This is no home," he murmured, a shiver of longing trailing his words. "No Kalevala, no familiar fire, yet fate has brought me here, and it shall lead me on." As he walked deeper into the heart of the forest, an unsettling silence enveloped him. The absence of songbirds and the soft crackle of branches heightened his awareness, and a sense of being watched crept over him. He gripped his staff tighter, sensing countless eyes hidden behind the ancient bark and shadowy stones. In an instinctive response, he sang a soft shield song, weaving it around his steps to ward off unseen watchers. After what felt like an eternity, the watchers unveiled themselves. Tall figures emerged from the trees, cloaks woven from bark hanging loosely around them, their hollow eyes resembling the darkest depths of the forest. They were not men, as Wainamoinen recognized, but spirits of the woods, rooted in shadow and mystery. "Stranger," they rustled, voices mingling with the sighing leaves, "why tread you upon our ground? The sea is wide, the world is vast. Why choose this place?" With steady resolve he replied, "I am Wainamoinen, singer of Kalevala, cast adrift by betrayal and carried to this shore by the waves. I seek not to conquer nor to steal, but to follow the path fate has set before me." The spirits exchanged murmurs, their branches creaking ominously. One, stepping forward, spoke up, "If your words ring true, then sing. Let us hear your song, that we may know the depths of your heart." Wainamoinen lifted his voice, a rich baritone that resonated with the very essence of the land. He sang of the sea that had borne him, the maiden who had wept on the island, the whale that had spared him, and the star that had guided his tumultuous journey. He sang not of conquest, but of endurance and heartache. The forest swayed in response, the spirits' eyes flickering with an inner fire as they listened. When his psalm finally faded into the twilight, the silence that followed weighed heavily, like a shroud of moss upon the earth. At last, the foremost spirit bowed its head, a gesture of acceptance. "Your song carries truth. We will not bar your path, but heed this warning. All who pass through our land must leave a gift. What will you offer us, singer of Kalevala?" Wainamoinen paused, searching within his worn cloak and nearly empty pouch. Then, a memory sparked within him. The reed flute he had carved long ago, its soft, sweet notes echoing with the essence of his soul. He drew it forth and placed it gently upon a smooth stone. "Take this," he said earnestly. "It carries my breath, my music. May it remind you of me, and of the songs that bind land and sea." The spirits accepted the offering, their forms beginning to dissolve back into the trees, like morning mist. The path before Wainamoinen cleared, beckoning him deeper into the wilderness. Days turned into nights as he journeyed further inland, crossing rivers on fallen logs, fording streams that nipped at his legs, and scaling hills where the wind howled its mournful tune. Each night, he built small fires, singing to keep the encroaching darkness at bay. In the solitude of the woods, he often dreamed of Kalevala, its fields golden with ripe rye, its lakes shimmering under the sun, its people gathered around him with laughter and warmth. He dreamt of Ilmarinen at his forge, sparks flying like stars into the night, and Aino, her laughter mingling with sorrow, her name echoing like waves crashing upon the shore. Each awakening left his chest heavy with longing, yet his staff remained steady in his grasp. Forward, he whispered to himself, a mantra against despair. Always forward. At long last, he stumbled upon a village. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys. The joyful cacophony of children filled the air, and dogs barked in welcome to his approach. The villagers were tall, with fair hair and bright woolen clothing, yet their wary glances spoke of uncertainty. An elder stepped forward, leaning heavily on a crooked cane. "Stranger," he said, his voice thick with age, "who comes to our hearth? Few wander here unbidden." "I am Väinämöinen," he replied with a respectful bow. "I come from the sea, seeking my home in Kalevala. May I rest by your fire and trade song for bread?" The elder regarded him with a keen eye, pondering the weight of his words. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "Rest you may, but we ask not only for song, but for truth. Tell us what burdens your heart and why your path is so long and lonely." And so, Väinämöinen recounted his tale, of Joukahainen's challenge, of Aino's sorrow, of Louhi's treachery, of Ilmarinen's forge, and of the Sampo, locked away in Pohjola, of the betrayal that had cast him adrift in the sea. The villagers listened intently, their faces solemn as they absorbed his story. When he finished, they offered him dark rye bread, golden smoked fish, and a warm place beside the fire. That night, as the village slumbered, the elder sat beside him, the crackling flames illuminating their faces. "Singer," he began, his voice gravely serious, "your name echoes even in these remote corners. Songs of Kalevala reach our hearts, though we are far away. But beware, your tale is not solely your own. Shadows stir in the north, whispers of greed and envy. The Sampo draws every eye. Louhi guards it fiercely, but many others scheme for it. If you return, you will not find peace, but strife." Väinämöinen gazed into the dancing fire, its warmth battling the encroaching chill of night. "Then strife it must be, for a singer cannot hide from his song." The elder sighed, a deep knowing sound. "So it is. Go then, with our blessing. But remember, the road you tread leads not only forward, but into storm." With that, Väinämöinen set forth on his path, having passed trials of spirit and song, now among strangers who had fed him and warned him. His journey still stretched far ahead, drawing him inexorably closer to Kalevala, closer to fate, and ever closer to the tempest of desire swirling around the Sampo. As the first light of dawn spilled over the horizon, Väinämöinen stepped out of the village, the cool mist clinging to his skin like a shroud. The world around him was hushed, as if nature itself paused to gather its breath. An elder, with hands as rough as the bark of ancient trees, pressed a round of warm bread into his hands, the fragrance of freshly baked grains enveloping him. "For the cold mornings," the old man murmured, draping a wool cloak over his shoulders, whispering hints of wisdom that danced in the damp air, "and for the colder news that will find you." With each step down the long road, Väinämöinen met fellow travelers. A hunter emerged from the birch woods, strides purposeful, a bow hung loosely by his side, a fox pelt slung over his back, the earthy scent of the forest clinging to him. A woman gathered herbs, her movements graceful, as if she were a willow swaying to a silent melody. And there was the ferryman, his hands gnarled like the roots of a long-lived tree, guiding a creaky cart that groaned with each squeaky rotation of its wheel. Their gazes met, curiosity flickering in their eyes, as they took in the sight of the gray-haired traveler, adorned with a staff and eyes that carried the weight of many songs. "Where do you go?" the hunter inquired, his voice low and steady. "Home," Väinämöinen replied, a wistful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Though the path is long and the word home shifts in meaning when one has been cast upon the sea of life. The herb woman tilted her head, her gaze sharp. You carry ache in your side, she stated, her voice soft yet firm. Arrow's kiss or storm's bruise. Both, he chuckled gently, the warmth of shared understanding wrapping around them like a beloved song. We walk the same road for a while, the ferryman suggested, his tone pragmatic. The river ahead is high and jumpy from last night's rain. You may want a steady hand on the pole. Their journey continued, and at noon, beneath the dappled shade of an alder tree, they paused to share the bread. The hunter regaled them with tales of winters that bit deep into bone, and summers that hummed with the buzzing of insects. Like the rhythmic whir of spinning wheels, the herb woman spoke the names of plants as if they were old companions. Yarrow for blood, plantain for stings, willow for fever, mint for breath. Each name was a thread, weaving connections among them. Wainamoinen gifted them with song, a melody to soothe a restless river, a rhyme to calm a child's fears of thunder, a tune to beckon fish toward a net. He sang not from pride, but to weave them together into a shared tapestry, if only for a fleeting moment. As they prepared to rise, the herb woman laid cool fingers on his aching side, spreading a thin line of salve across the scar. You'll sleep easier now, she said, her voice a balm. If grief keeps you awake, breathe with the night, in and out. Let it pass like a cloud. Grief is a stubborn cloud, he replied, the weight of unspoken sorrows thick in the air. Then be the taller hill, she countered, her smile a flicker of light in the dimness of shared burdens. By the afternoon, they reached the river, a formidable current racing from the uplands, brown as dark tea and brimming with power. The ferryman set aside his cart, leading them to a narrow punt tethered beneath drooping willows. This river has two minds, he explained, casting a knowing glance at the swirling water. On the surface, it hurries, but beneath, it remembers. Watch the remembering part. The punt glided into the water, the current shoving and pulling, teasing them with its strength. Wainamoinen hummed a low, steady note, a river song without words. The herb woman closed her eyes as if listening to the echoes of ancient stones, while the hunter crouched at the bow, attuned to the rippling whispers of the river. Midstream, the punt shuddered violently as a hidden log emerged, eager to ensnare the careless. In that instant, the ferryman adjusted his weight. The hunter sprang into action, pushing with the butt of his bow, and the singer's hum deepened, anchoring them like a hand on a skittish horse. The log sank back, and they slid onward, the reeds on the far bank swaying in their wake. The ferryman tethered the punt, wiping his hands on his tunic. Some crossings you earn, he stated simply. Wainamoinen bowed in gratitude. When the river forgets, I'll remind it you were here. Rivers remember everything, the ferryman replied, a glint of understanding in his eyes. But they like hearing it sung. They walked on as the light began to fade, the day stretching into shades of copper and gold. The hunter paused, not to rest, but to listen intently. Hear that? He asked, a furrow creasing his brow. Wind, the herb woman replied, but there was more beneath it. They stood still and listened, a distant sound threading through the rustling leaves, a thin, far-off murmur, many voices intertwining, like whispers carried on the wind. News runs ahead of us, the hunter murmured. It wears many shoes, none of them soft. Wainamoinen tightened his grip on the staff, though he knew what the whispers spoke of. What news? The Sampo, the hunter said, his voice a mixture of reverence and fear. A word that moves mouths. Some speak it like prayer. Some spit it like a seed they don't dare swallow. The herb woman turned to Wainamoinen, her eyes piercing. Your face tells me you know the taste of that word. It was forged by a friend, he murmured, hidden by a foe, desired by all who have ever known hunger. Then your road will not be empty, the hunter remarked, a knowing glimmer in his eye. Desire walks thick in the world just now. As night draped its velvet cloak over the land, they found a lone house where pines met the hill. The door stood ajar, warm lamplight spilling out into the cool evening air. An old woman with hair like thistleseed beckoned them inside before they could knock. "I heard you coming down the lane," she said, her voice rich with the wisdom of many seasons. A ferryman's steps, a hunter's quiet, a healer's soft breath, and one more, song, with sea salt in it. "Come in, eat." And they did, comforted by her welcome. The woman ladled thick stew into bowls, the steam rising like spirits of the forest, while thick slices of rye bread lay invitingly on the table. "You have news," she stated, not needing to ask. "We have pieces," the ferryman replied, his tone straightforward. "The river only carries so much at once." "The Sampo," the old woman said, her eyes sharp. "It sits like a heavy loaf in a house that won't share. I can smell it from here." Väinämöinen lifted his gaze, a spark igniting within. "You know Louhi's locks?" "I know winter," she replied wisely. "Locks are winter with iron in them, keeping things from moving. But spring always has a key." She leaned closer to Väinämöinen, her voice low. "And your song reaches into places fingers can't. Don't forget that when men start counting spears, I would rather count loaves," he said quietly. "So would everyone," she countered, "until hunger sits down at their table and begins to eat." After they had eaten, the old woman presented a little box, inside containing 3 small, peculiar items: a nail black with age, a sliver of mirror, and a coil of thread fine as hair. "Take one," she instructed. "A traveler should carry a small, strange thing. The world notices." The hunter chose the nail, its surface pitted with time. "Old iron," he stated, nodding. "Good for a charm against forgetting." The herb woman reached for the thread, for stitches so small they mend what eyes can't see. Väinämöinen lifted the sliver of mirror, its surface gleaming in the lamplight. "For reminding a man he's 2 things at once," the old woman said. "What he shows, what he carries." "Who are you?" he asked gently, curiosity betraying his composure. "A woman who has watched storms," she replied, her gaze steady, "and planted potatoes between them." As dawn broke, the hunter prepared to part ways. "My path turns north into deeper trees," he announced. "Rumors there of wolves that don't leave tracks. Curious things should be met with eyes, not just told in alehouses." The ferryman clapped Väinämöinen's shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie. "If you hear a river arguing with itself, tell it I said to choose the lower voice." With that, he wheeled his cart toward his bend in the water. The herb woman tightened her belt and glanced east. "My road opens where the sick wait for spring in a room that smells of smoke and damp wool. That room needs me." They turned to Väinämöinen, who stood rooted, facing south, where the sky stretched thin like a taut drumhead. The air hummed with the pulse of Kalevala beneath it, the cough of bellows at Ilmarinen's forge, the murmur of endless fields, the heavy stillness where the word Sampo had settled like frost. "I go home," he declared, the words a promise, or perhaps a quest, or toward it, which is the same thing for a while. The old woman watched from the doorway, her expression thoughtful. "Home is the place where your name is a wheel," she said, turning bread into hunger's ending. "Go make your name turn." Once again, Väinämöinen walked alone, but the road was not empty. It held the shapes of those who had traversed it with him. He saw a birch tree that leaned, like the ferryman, bracing against a push. He heard the hunter's steps in the quiet between footfalls. He caught a whiff of the herb woman's mint when the wind shifted cool. As he continued, a raven descended from a spruce, landing lightly upon his staff, as if it were making a statement. "News?" he asked it, half joking. "Always," it croaked, before hopping away, leaving him with the echo of riddles. On the next ridge, he discovered a field where someone had threshed grain, leaving 3 small piles exposed to the open sky. Kneeling, he sifted through the fine, pale grains, smoother than any he had known. He set the grain back gently and inscribed a simple sign in the dust, a traveler's mark, meaning seen, shared, remembered. As he rose, a thin girl peered from behind a fence. "Sir," she called, her voice bright with curiosity. "Do songs make bread?" "Not by themselves," he replied, a smile touching his lips. "But they remind hands why they're working." The girl nodded, knowing that the answer was more profound than it appeared. Toward evening, the sky stretched low, casting long shadows along the path. Omens gathered in those shadows like small birds. A hare darted across, pausing to observe him. Good luck if greeted, ill fate if chased. Vainamoinen raised his hand in a silent gesture of peace. The hare twitched an ear and bounded on. A shepherd boy played a tune on a willow whistle as he passed, eyes sparkling. "What tune is that?" the singer inquired, intrigued. "The one I know," the boy replied innocently, continuing to play, embodying a truth that wisdom sometimes wears simply. At the bottom of the next hill, the path diverged, one way stony and straight, the other softer but meandering. He chose the straight path, for the night smelled like a question, and he sought straightforward answers when darkness loomed. And so the singer gathered allies and omens. A hunter's clear sight, a ferryman's steadfastness, a healer's gentle craft, an old woman's weathered wisdom. He crossed the river with two minds, listening to the world murmur the name of Sampo. With each step southward, the pull of Kalevala grew stronger, like a deep, resonant drum calling him home, not for rest, but to confront the hunger and hope that the Sampo had awakened within every heart. For many days, Vainamoinen walked south, his heart beating a rhythm of hope with each step. The trees began to change, becoming familiar as old friends. Towering pines filled the air with their resin-sweet scent, while birches stood tall and white as ancient bones against the sky. With every stride, the world around him transformed, revealing wide, calm lakes, their glassy surfaces only occasionally disturbed by the silver leap of fish. His heart quickened. These were the signs of home, beckoning him closer. Yet, the road ahead was not empty. Twice, he encountered weary men pulling carts heavy with rye, their faces etched with hardship, voices low and heavy with unspoken worry. They murmured of hunger, of the fields ravaged by poor harvests. Once, the sharp sound of an argument pierced the stillness at a well. Two women grappled over a small sack of flour, one fierce and demanding, the other desperate. The Sampo would end this, one spat, her voice laced with bitterness. "If Pohjola feasts, why must Kalevala starve?" Vainamoinen pressed on, his staff tapping rhythmically against the earth, the words clinging to him like burrs, igniting a flicker of unease within him. At last he reached the familiar shore of a wide, beloved lake, a place he had sung into existence long ago, guiding its banks and whispering to the fish that danced beneath its surface. He bent down, fingers grazing the cool water, which rippled in response as if greeting an old friend. "You remember me," he murmured, his voice a soft caress against the gentle lapping of waves. "And I remember you. May you carry my voice again when I need it." Following the lake's meandering edge, smoke began to rise on the horizon. It was not the smoke of strangers, but of familiar hearths, the homes of Kalevala. His steps quickened, breath catching in his throat as anticipation surged within him. When he finally arrived, the village erupted into life. Children pointed and shouted his name, their voices ringing out like joyful bells. Women dropped their baskets and ran to fetch their husbands, and men emerged from homes with wide eyes, calling to one another in disbelief. "It is him! The eternal singer has returned. Vainamoinen walks among us once more." Hands reached out to clasp his, faces gleaming with relief and joy. Yet, beneath the surface of their smiles, he noticed something darker: worry, hunger, and unease. The shadow of the Sampo loomed over them all. Among the crowd stood Ilmarinen, his hands dark and soot-stained from the forge, the fire of his labor still lingering on his breath. He gripped Vainamoinen's shoulders fiercely. "Brother," he said, voice rough with emotion, "we thought you lost to the sea." "I nearly was," Vainamoinen replied, meeting Ilmarinen's gaze, feeling the weight of their shared history. But fate carried me back, and it seems I am needed still. That night, they gathered in Ilmarinen's hall, the air filled with warmth and the scent of burning wood. The fire roared in the hearth, sparks dancing up the chimney like fireflies. Men and women filled the benches. Children crowded near the door, eager for a taste of the tale that would unfold. Vainamoinen shared his story, speaking plainly of his contest with Jukahainen, the arrow that had plunged him into the sea, the mystical island and the maiden, the whale, and the guiding star. As he wove his words, the fall fell into a hushed silence, drinking in his journey. At last, Ilmarinen broke the quiet. Your path was hard, but your voice is still strong. Yet we must speak of what you already know, the Sampo. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a restless sea of discontent. One man stood, his face hollow and sunken. While you wandered, our fields failed, our stores grow thin, winter presses us hard. Yet we hear that in Pohjola, Louhi grinds grain without end, salt without measure, gold without count. Why should they have plenty while we go lean? Another voice chimed in, a woman's, rising against the tide of desperation. We trade with them, but their terms are cruel. They give little, demand much. Always they remind us that they hold the Sampo, and we do not. Anger began to rise, voices escalating like flames. The Sampo should be ours. Ilmarinen forged it. Why should Louhi keep what was made by Kalevala's hand? Vainamoinen raised his staff, the wood striking the floor, silencing the hall. His voice was calm, yet heavy with the truth. Desire is a fire. It warms, but it burns. If we reach for the Sampo, we will not walk an easy path. Louhi guards it with locks and curses, with beasts and storms. And even if we win it, will it bring only joy? Or will envy follow us as it follows her now? His words cooled the fiery air, but only slightly. Hunger does not listen well to caution. Ilmarinen rose, shadows dancing across his broad shoulders. Brother, you are right, but hunger is stronger than fear. Already the people speak of taking the Sampo. If we do nothing, their anger will rise against their own. Better it turn outward. He paused, raw emotion flickering in his eyes. And I forged the Sampo. I saw its lid shine. I felt its handle turn. Part of me longs to see it again, not in Louhi's dark hall, but here, where it could feed our children. Vainamoinen searched his brother's gaze and saw the truth. Not only hunger, but a deep longing, pride, and the bitter sting of having his labor hoarded away. At last, Vainamoinen stood tall, his staff striking the floor, echoing through the hall. Then hear me. If the people of Kalevala choose this path, I will not walk away. I will lend my voice, though it may bring storm and sorrow. But know this, to take the Sampo is to make war with Louhi. And once begun, that war will not end until blood and song alike are spent. Unease rippled through the crowd, yet beneath it lay a current of determination. The seed had been planted, and Vainamoinen's words were rain upon it, nourishing the roots of their resolve. Thus, Vainamoinen returned to Kalevala, welcomed with joy, yet met with hunger's murmur. A greater trial loomed ahead. The people spoke of the Sampo, and the fire of desire burned hotter with each passing day. Louhi held it in Pohjola, but the singers and smiths of Kalevala would not rest long afore reaching for it. The road that lay ahead led not to peace, but to struggle. The struggle for the Sampo, the treasure that bound friend and foe alike in envy, hope, and fate. The days following Vainamoinen's return to Kalevala were steeped in restlessness, a palpable tension that hung like mist in the air. Every hall echoed with hushed whispers. Every flickering flame illuminated anxious faces. The word Sampo slithered through the village like smoke, curling into every crack and crevice, settling heavily in the hearts of the people. The Sampo grinds grain without end, they murmured, eyes wide with hunger. It pours salt like snow, came another voice laced with envy. It sits gold like pollen, added a child, fingers clutching at the air as if he could grasp the riches for himself. Yet, amidst the murmurs, one question lingered, like an unsung tune. Why should Pohjola feast while we in Kalevala starve? The harvest had been sparse, and the meager supplies dwindled day by day. Rye loaves were sliced thinner, milk was watered down, and salted fish was rationed with watchful eyes. Every meal tasted of dread, the fibers of fear threading through the very essence of their sustenance. Men sharpened their blades, the whetstones rasping like low thunder, as they spoke of gathering clouds on the horizon. Women mended nets, with hands that trembled, each knot tied with a desperate hope against hunger. Children played at stealing the sampo, their laughter a thin veneer, over the grim realities. One child acting as Luhi, guarding a basket of pebbles while others attempted to snatch them away. The air itself felt taut, stretched thin, as if the land held its breath, waiting for the first spark to ignite the gathering storm. At last, the elders called for a council, an assembly fueled by the urgency of their plight. The great hall filled before the sun rose high, smoke curling against the timber rafters, lamplight flickering over solemn faces. The benches creaked beneath the weight of many bodies, a congregation steeped in unease. Väinämöinen sat at the high seat, his staff resting across his knees, a sentinel amid the storm. Beside him stood Ilmarinen, his hands scarred from the forge, eyes shadowed by the memory of the sampo he had crafted yet never possessed. Hunters with sharp eyes took their places at the back, poised like arrows ready to be loosed. Farmers leaned forward, their broad shoulders honed from toil in the fields, hands still rough with the remnants of earth. Traders sat quietly, lips pressed tight, eyes darting as they weighed the value of every word like coins in their pockets. Dogs curled under the tables, sensing the growing tension, whining softly as if foretelling the storm to come. The first voice to rise was a farmer, hair white as frost, his voice cracking but steady. We labor from dawn till dusk, sowing and reaping, yet the earth gives us less each year. Still, Pohjola grows fat, grinding their sampo while we starve. If it were ours, every mouth would be filled. Next, a hunter stood, lean and tall, his bow resting against his back. Our forests are not empty, yet the game grows thinner. Meanwhile, Pohjola's herds swell. The sampo feeds them while our children gnaw bark in winter. Is this justice? Then a trader spoke, his voice edged with urgency. I have stood in Luhi's hall. Flour whiter than snow, heaps of salt higher than men, gold spilling like water. But when I sought to barter, she gave me a handful and demanded thrice its worth in furs and wool. She laughs at our hunger. The hall erupted into a chorus of murmurs, anger bubbling like a cauldron left too long on the fire. Men's fists clenched, women shook their heads, and the name Luhi hissed from every tongue like a coal dropped into water. Finally, all eyes turned to Väinämöinen. He rose slowly, staff in hand, his gray hair gleaming in the flickering firelight. Brothers and sisters, listen closely. The sampo lies in Pohjola, feeding their fires while ours dwindle. But the path to it is fraught with peril. Luhi is no careless keeper. She guards it with iron locks and spells thick as chains. Around it prowl beasts that know no fear, and above it circle birds whose wings are sharper than blades. If we go, we do not march to a market, but to a battlefield. If we fail, we bring ruin upon Kalevala. If we succeed, we invite envy and war upon ourselves. Know his before you urge me to lead you. Silence blanketed the hall, the only sound the soft crackle of the hearth. Then Ilmarinen stood, his shoulders broad, voice steady like iron. I forged the sampo. I shaped its handle and watched it turn, giving more than hands could measure. Yet now, I may never touch it again. It lies locked in Luhi's hall, feeding her coffers while our children chew dry crusts. Do you not see? It is ours by right, not by theft, but by craft. If we do nothing, we live watching others thrive on what was born from our fire. If we act, we may suffer, but better to suffer with hope than to wither away with envy. His words struck like hammer on anvil, igniting a flicker of resolve among the people. Some nodded fiercely, while others muttered in fear, casting wary glances toward the shadows. An elder woman rose, her hair braided in silver, voice sharp as flint. You speak of pride and hunger, but I hear the rattle of bones in your words. Have you forgotten Louhi's wrath? The storms she sends, the wolves she drives, the fevers whispered into children's beds? If we reach for the Sampo, she will bring destruction upon us. Others echoed her fears. We are strong, but Pohjola is stronger. The Sampo feeds them. If we steal it, war will raise our fields. Better hunger than fire. As the hall split between anger and dread, Väinämöinen raised his staff, and silence fell like new fallen snow. Both voices bear truth. The Sampo is both hope and peril. To seek it is to gamble lives. To ignore it is to waste away. We must choose, not in haste, but with clarity. If we venture forth, we must do so not as thieves, but as heroes. Kalevala must stand united, or we shall fall demited. So hear this, if the people choose this path, I will not step away. I will lend my voice, even if it brings storm and sorrow. But once the road begins, there is no turning back. The fire snapped in the silence that followed. Some faces burned with hunger, while others paled with fear. The Sampo loomed in every mind, bright as the flames in the hearth. Thus began the first true talk of war, not with swords drawn, but with words sharp as spears. The choice was not yet made, but the ground trembled beneath them, ready to split, ready for the tempest that would follow. In the heart of the bustling council hall, the air crackled with tension, each word spoken, reverberating against the stone walls like the sound of a hammer striking an anvil. Shadows flickered under the flickering torches as council members debated, their voices rising and falling like the tide. Yet one undeniable truth loomed above them all. Hunger was an urgent specter pressing unrelentingly upon their people. Days melted into nights, and murmurs spread like wildfire through every hearth and field, igniting the hearts of those who heard the call. Finally, Väinämöinen, elder of the council, alongside Ilmarinen, the master smith, sent forth their urgent summons, a call for allies, carried by swift-footed messengers, sung in the vibrant markets, and whispered over the rustle of crops swaying in the wind. Come, the call rang out, echoing like a distant thunderstorm. If Kalevala is to stand, we must stand together. Bring your strength, bring your craft, bring your courage. The time of waiting is done. The words, woven with the urgency of their plight, spread swiftly, carried forth like embers dancing on the breeze. Men and women alike responded to the cry, some arriving with spears smooth as river stones, others with bows strung tight, arrows fletched sharp enough to pierce the thickest armor. Yet within the tumult, a burning need remained. Kalevala required heroes, not just warriors, but those whose names would echo through time, whose deeds would inspire songs long after the common voices faded into memory. And then, as if summoned by fate itself, Lemminkainen arrived, a figure as vibrant as the dawn, his laughter spilling into the hall like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. He swept through the heavy doors with a flourish, his presence igniting a spark of energy in the room. I hear talk of war, of quests, of the Sampo, he boisterously proclaimed, his voice ringing like a bell amidst the murmurs. Did you think to leave me behind, Väinämöinen? Did you think to fight and feast while I, Lemminkainen, plucked at strings and sipped weak ale? Väinämöinen's brow furrowed, though his lips twitched in mirth. I fought you too quick with blade, too hot with tongue, too restless for the patience a quest demands. Lemminkainen's laughter erupted, a sound like fire igniting dry grass. Patience? Let Ilmarinen have patience at his forge. Let you have patience in your songs. I will have boldness, and boldness is what breaks locks and scatters foes. You need me, though you may not say it. The hall stirred with mixed reactions. Some smiled at his audacity, while others muttered doubts. Yet none questioned his courage and talent, for Lemminkainen was a man who danced on the edge of danger with a grin. Ilmarinen stood, his demeanor calm, a stark contrast to the tempestuous spirit of Lemminkainen. If you will walk this path, reckless though it may be, then walk it with us. But remember, this is no hunt for glory. This is the hunger of our people, the hope of Kalevala itself. Then I am twice eager, Lemminkainen replied, eyes glinting with mischief and determination. For I love hope almost as much as glory. Not all who answered the call were boisterous. Some slipped in quietly, their presence steady as the earth beneath their feet. Kauko the ferryman, his arms thick as oak roots, spoke with quiet authority. You will need a boat, he stated simply, and a man who knows the water's moods. The Sampo lies in Pohjola, and Pohjola is surrounded by sea. Then came Untamo the dreamer, a man whose visions often spoke truths unseen. I saw fire on the northern sky, he murmured, eyes distant. I saw waves black with oars. I saw a treasure turning. I will come, though my hands are weak, for my eyes see paths where others see walls. And lastly, there was Marjata, a woman with a bow, her arrows never missing their mark. The Sampo is no treasure only for men, she asserted calmly. Hunger gnaws at women too. My hands are steady, I will go. As the council expanded with each new arrival, the tension shifted. New voices carried questions as well as strength. Who will lead? Asked one. Whose songs will guard us? Another queried. What payment comes if we succeed? Pressed a third. Vainamoinen, with the patience of the ages, answered, if we lead together. If we guard with song and steel both. And if payment comes, it will be full bellies and peace for our children. No gold outweighs that. But Lemminkainen scoffed, his spirit rising fiercely. Peace? I seek not only peace. I seek songs sung of our names, feasts lit with our deeds. When we return with the Sampo, let the people crown us heroes. Vainamoinen's gaze hardened, piercing through the bravado. Glory fades, but hunger never waits. Do not forget why we go. The air thickened for a moment, heavy with unspoken tension, until Ilmarinen's voice sliced through like a hammer on metal. We go because we must. Debate no longer. The time for words is done. The time for deeds is here. The following morning, as the council gathered beneath the expansive sky, a raven circled ominously above them, its cry sharp and unsettling. Whispers of ill omens rippled through the assembly. Ravens were harbingers of war, their wings dark with foreboding. Vainamoinen lifted his staff, watching the bird with solemnity. The raven flies where strife is near. Let it remind us that the path we choose is not light. Blood may fall, as surely as grain from a mill. But if we are wise, our song will outlast the battle. Lemminkainen, unfazed, grinned at the omen. If ravens feast, let them feast on our enemies. I'll not quail at a bird's shadow. Still, unease stirred in many hearts, for omens cling fast, whether mocked or feared. Plans took shape as Kauko led them to a hidden cove, where a stout boat lay beached and half-rotted. With work, this will serve, he assured them. Ilmarinen set to repairing it, sparks flying as he reforged nails and hammered iron bands. Farmers brought planks, hunters tarred seams with pine pitch, and traders fetched ropes and canvas. Even Vainamoinen lent his voice to the task, singing the wood smooth, binding the craft together with his melody until it gleamed in the sun like a newly forged blade. They named it the Hope of Kalevala. When the ship was ready, the council called for a feast. Though their stores were thin, they brought what they had: dark rye bread, salted fish, and mead brewed weak but sweet. They gathered together, for this was no common night. One by one, they rose to swear oaths. Ilmarinen swore by his forge to free the Sampo from Louhi's hall. Lemminkainen swore by his sword to fight until his blood ran dry. Marjata swore by her bow to guard her companions as she would her own child. Kauko swore by his pole and river to see the ship safe to every shore. At last, Vainamoinen stood, his voice filling the hall, low and steady. I swear by song, by staff, by earth and sky, that I will lead where I must, and follow where I should. I will not falter, though storm and shadow rise. If Kalevala is to have hope, then let it live in us. The hall trembled with the response of voices echoing, "Let it live!" Thus the heroes gathered, Wainamoinen the singer, Ilmarinen the smith, Lemminkainen the bold, and others whose names burned less brightly, but whose strength was equally crucial. They repaired the ship, swore their oaths, and turned their gazes northward, toward the looming shadow of Pohjola. The road was chosen, the die was cast. The quest for the Sampo had begun. In the heart of a vast ocean, a ship known as the Hope of Kalevala journeyed northward, its sails billowing like the wings of a great bird. For days, the sea cradled them gently, its waves lifting the sturdy oars with a tender caress. By daybreak, the water shimmered like polished silver, reflecting the sun's rays, while the sky stretched out vast and azure. The scent of salt filled the air, mingling with the distant calls of seagulls that danced overhead, their cries echoing like laughter across the vast expanse. But as they sailed further into the northern reaches, the sea began to change. The waves grew restless, their once gentle crests turning into aggressive swells that slapped against the hull with a warning fury. The sky darkened, a somber transition, as the calls of the gulls faded into a haunting silence, replaced by the sharp, cold calls of circling ravens, their wings stark against the pallid sky. With each passing mile, the warmth of the world seemed to recede, replaced by an encroaching chill that seeped into their bones. It was Lemminkainen, ever the beacon of enthusiasm, who first caught sight of land. He leapt to the ship's prow, eyes bright with excitement, and called out, "There, dark hills sharp as spear points. Pohjola awaits us." The crew gathered around him, their hearts pounding with a mix of dread and anticipation. The jagged coastline loomed ahead, cliffs black as coal rising sharply from the restless sea, dense forests shadowing their approach, the waves crashing against them in an endless, relentless rhythm. In stark contrast to the verdant shores they had left behind, Pohjola appeared barren and cold, a land devoid of warmth, silent like a tomb, and yet laden with an ominous promise. Wainamoinen, the wise elder, set his staff against the deck, his deep-set eyes clouded with foreboding. "This is the land of Louhi," he spoke softly, his voice heavy with the weight of warning. "Here every tree has ears, and every stone has eyes. We tread not on empty soil, but on the bones of her power. Take each step as though she watches, for she does." A hush settled over the ship, a momentary pause before the storm of uncertainty that lay ahead. That night, they anchored in a secluded cove, the towering cliffs rising like ancient sentinels, their shadows stretching ominously across the still water. As dusk draped its velvet cloak over the landscape, a restless wind stirred, carrying with it a symphony of strange, piercing cries that chilled the marrow in their bones. These were not the familiar sounds of gulls or wolves. They were ethereal and haunting, echoing in a way that made the skin prickle and the heart race. Marjatta tightened her grip on her bow, her keen eyes scanning the tree line. "Spirits," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "They know we are here." Kauko, standing close by, laid a steady hand on the boat's side. "The water feels wrong. It shivers against the hull, as though afraid." Even the ever-composed Ilmarinen felt the tension in the air. Louhi's hand reaches far. If she wills it, every wave and tree could rise against us. Lemminkainen, attempting to mask his unease with bravado, forced a laugh. "Let them cry. Let the whole land know we have come. Soon we will walk into their mistress's hall and take what we desire. If she sends beasts, I will cut them. If she sends curses, I will spit them back." Yet, despite his bravado, the gravity of their situation weighed on him as he spoke. Wainamoinen raised his hand for silence, his voice resonating with ancient power. He began to sing, a deep melody that wove through the air like a protective shroud, muffling the eerie wails and calming the restless wind. Slowly, the unnatural cries faded, replaced by the soothing sound of waves lapping gently against the ship's hull. But when they lay down to sleep, a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. Dreams pressed down upon them, filled with visions of dark wings and endless forests where unseen eyes glowed red, leaving them more weary than when they had lain down. At dawn, their ship scraped against the narrow strand of black gravel, the land rising before them. Sharp and forbidding, cliffs jagged as broken teeth, forests thick with pine and fir, shadows deep enough to hide secrets long forgotten. The air carried the scent of resin and damp stone, a perfume of the wild that felt both inviting and ominous. Calco secured the ropes with a grim expression. We should not linger here. The land itself listens. Ilmarinen disembarked, the weight of his hammer a familiar comfort. This is Louhi's realm. Even the rocks answer to her. If we falter, the ground itself may rise against us. Marjatta, her bowstring taut, nodded solemnly. Then we waste no arrows, no steps. Finally, Wainamoinen planted his staff firmly into the earth. The ground shuddered slightly beneath it, as if acknowledging his presence. We did not come for forests or cliffs, he declared, his voice steady. We came for the Sampo. Remember that, and let no shadow turn us back. As they pressed inland, the path twisted between gnarled roots and moss-covered stones, the silence hanging thick in the air, broken only by the crunch of their boots and the creak of the ship's ropes left behind. Lemminkainen tried to lighten the mood, whistling tunelessly. Strange land, he muttered, glancing at the trees where no songbirds flitted. No birds, no deer, no chatter of life, only shadows. Perhaps Louhi has stolen even the voices of her own woods. Ilmarinen frowned at his companion's bravado. Mock less, watch more. Pride has slain more men than hunger. Lemminkainen shrugged, though his eyes flickered uneasily toward the foreboding tree line. It wasn't long before shadows thickened between the trees, initially appearing as mere patches of mist that curled low across their path. But soon, those shadows began to move, sliding between roots and rising taller, taking form. Emerging from the darkness came Louhi's watchers, beasts that were not quite beasts, their bodies a swirling mist, half wolf, half smoke, with red eyes that glowed like embers and growls that rumbled like distant thunder. The creatures circled, silent and predatory, their lips drawn back to reveal teeth like shards of ice glinting in the dim light. Lemminkainen's grin returned, fierce and eager, as he drew his sword with a ringing sound. At last, a proper welcome. But Wainamoinen raised a hand, his expression grave. Do not waste your strength, he cautioned, lifting his staff high. He began to chant, his low voice resonating like thunder, as the very air thickened around them, pressing down with an invisible weight. The beasts staggered, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. One by one, they faltered, shuddered, and dissolved back into the smoky shadows from which they came. The crew stood frozen, their hearts hammering in their chests, as the silence that followed felt almost oppressive. Tested, Wainamoinen murmured, his voice heavy with foreboding. Not slain. Louhi watches, and she will send worse yet. With hearts heavier than before, the heroes pressed onward, the shadow of Pohjola looming unseen but palpably felt, its hall waiting for them like a dark heartbeat in the woods. They had already been tested, and Louhi's power reached for them with tendrils of dread. The watchers had vanished, but their presence lingered, like smoke in their lungs, as each step took them deeper into the shadows of Pohjola. And they all understood, with a certainty that chilled them to the core, that this was only the beginning. The company pressed deeper into Pohjola's woods, where the trees grew so thick that even at noon, the light felt like twilight, dripping through branches in thin, gray shafts. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of damp moss, which muffled their steps. However, the silence was so absolute that every creak of leather, every clink of a buckle, seemed to echo ominously in the stillness. Marjatta led them carefully, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, scanning the ground for signs. She crouched often, fingers brushing the earth, to read the lay of bent grass or broken twigs. At last, she paused, whispering, "Hunters have passed here, many, not a week gone." Ilmarinen frowned, the weight of their mission pressing heavily upon him. Louhi gathers her guide. She knows the worth of the Sampo, and she will not risk it falling from her grasp. His voice held a note of urgency, a reminder of the prize they sought, and the perilous journey ahead. Wainamoinen tightened his grip on his staff, the wood warm against his palm. "Not only guard," he said gravely. "This land itself warns her. We cannot hide our coming. We can only soften its step." They pressed onward until the trees thinned, opening to reveal a ridge of black stone, jagged and steep. A narrow path wound upward, nearly hidden among the rocks. Marjatta pointed with determination. "This is the way. Not a hunter's trail, but something older. Spirits walk it, though few men dare." The others followed her gaze, and beyond the ridge, they glimpsed a vast, shadowed valley. In its center stood the outline of Louhi's hall, looming like a beast waiting to pounce. From the ridge, the hall of Pohjola spread below them like a wound in the earth. Its walls were dark and towering, built of timber blackened with pitch, while its roof gleamed faintly in the pale light, as if plated with iron. There were no banners flying, no smoke curling into the air, and no sound of song or laughter reached their ears. The place crouched heavy and silent, a predator lying in wait. Lemminkainen squinted down, a grin breaking across his face. "So there it is, the cage that holds our prize. Not so mighty, eh? Just a wall, a roof, and one crooked mistress inside." Ilmarinen's voice was sharp as a blade. "Mock less. That roof gleams with spellcraft. Those walls drink strength." Even the silence is woven of her curses. Do not mistake it for weakness. Wainamoinen nodded solemnly, turning his gaze back to the hall. Louhi is no fool. She knows what she guards. That hall is stronger than steel. It is not wood and iron alone, but will and magic, bound tight. The others fell silent, their eyes locking onto the hall, as if it could devour them whole. That night, they made camp at the ridge's foot, their fire small and hidden behind stones to keep its glow from betraying them. They ate in silence, the weight of their mission palpable in the air, until Lemminkainen broke it with a grin. "Tomorrow we go in, swift and sure. We creep through shadows, find the Sampo, seize it, and flee before Luhau stirs. Quick hands, quick feet, that is the way." But Marjatta shook her head, a frown creasing her brow. "And if her guards are awake? If the hall itself resists us? You would rush in like a fox, but foxes are caught in snares." Lemminkainen's grin widened defiantly. "Better a fox with teeth than a hare trembling in grass." Ilmarinen interjected, his voice low but firm. "Both of you are wrong. We cannot fight her strength with steel alone, nor steal her treasure like thieves in the night. This must be done with care, with craft. Louhi's spells are knots that must be undone, not walls to be battered." All eyes turned to Wainamoinen, as the leader of their group sat silently, staring into the embers of the fire, contemplating their fate. At last, he spoke, his voice steady yet filled with gravity. "Lemminkainen is not wrong that speed may save us. Marjatta is not wrong that caution is needed. Ilmarinen is not wrong that spells are stronger than walls. But know this, none of us alone can win the Sampo. Only together, each lending what they have, may we succeed. If even one falters, Louhi will swallow us whole." The fire crackled, the weight of his words hanging in the air, and no one spoke again that night. As they lay down, Untamo the dreamer stirred in his sleep. His body shook, and his lips moved as if whispering to unseen ears. Suddenly, he cried out, his voice sharp and piercing. "Shadows on the walls, hands that grasp. The Sampo shines, but blood stains its path." The others woke, leaning over him when concerned. Wainamoinen touched his brow, murmuring a quiet song to soothe him. Slowly, Untamo calmed, though his face remained pale with fear. "What did you see?" Ilmarinen asked softly. Untamo's eyes opened, glassy and distant. "I saw the Sampo turning. Its lid gleamed like the moon. Its handle spun like the sun. But I saw Louhi's face above it, watching. She smiled, and her teeth were iron. Behind her, the walls closed like jaws. If we are not careful, the treasure will be our tomb." The words chilled the company to their cores, though none dared speak them aloud. When dawn came, Vainamoinen gathered them close, determination hardening his features. "The hall is strong, Louhi's guard is fierce, but her weakness is pride. She believes no one dares enter her seat, that none would dare lay a hand on her treasure. That is our door. We will not march as warriors, but as shadows. I will weave a song of sleep, carried on the wind. With luck, it will drift through her hall and soften the eyes of her guard. Then we move, swift and silent. Ilmarinen will break the locks. Marjata will watch our backs. Lemminkainen will hold steel ready. Kauko will guard the ship. For if we win the Sampo but lose our path home, all is lost." The plan was set, though an air of unease lingered. It was too fragile, too thin, but no better path shone before them. So they stood at the edge of Pohjola, the hall looming dark below, the Sampo locked within. Doubt gnawed at their hearts, but hunger and hope burned hotter still. The watchers had tested them. The hall had shown its face. Dreams had warned of blood. Yet still, they did not turn back. For the people of Kalevala waited, their bellies empty, their voices thin. The heroes of Kalevala could not return with nothing. And so, at dawn, they prepared to walk into shadow. As dusk fell, the company lay hidden at the ridge, their forms barely distinguishable against the darkening landscape. Below them, Pohjola's hall loomed in the valley, its imposing structure swallowed by shadows that stretched long across the ground, enveloping its walls until they seemed to merge with the encroaching night. The iron roof caught the last red light of sunset, glowing faintly like a dying ember, a signal of the danger that lay ahead. No sound came from the hall. It was a grave silence that pressed down on the air, thick and oppressive, as if the very darkness were alive and listening, waiting for an unsuspecting footstep to disrupt its vigil. Marjata, her heart racing, whispered, "Why is there no guard, no watchfire, no sound of life?" Her voice trembled, a mixture of fear and curiosity as she peered into the shadows. "Because she knows," Vainamoinen replied, his voice deep and deliberate. "Louhi is cunning. She leaves her house dark, so we wonder if it sleeps or if the dark itself is her god." His eyes, seasoned with wisdom, betrayed no trace of doubt, but the tension in the air was palpable. Lemminkainen, ever bold, tightened his grip on the sword at his side, determination flaring in his chest. "Then let us test it. Dark or not, the Sampo waits within." His eagerness to confront the unknown hinted at a reckless bravery that could tip the scales of their fate. But Vainamoinen shook his head, a shadow of concern flickering across his features. "Not yet. Let the night deepen. Louhi's strength grows weaker when the stars rule." So they waited. Each hour crawled by, the silence wrapping around them like a heavy cloak. Even the bravest among them felt their courage waver beneath the oppressive weight of the hall's shadow, each moment stretching into a lifetime. As they waited, Untamo succumbed to sleep, his dreams swirling with dark visions. He trembled, his lips murmuring in a fevered whisper that cut through the stillness. "I see a hall of teeth. The door opens like a mouth. Those who enter do not leave. I see the Sampo turning, but behind it stands a woman cloaked in storms. She lifts her hand, and the sea itself obeys." His eyes flew open, wide and glistening with terror at the horrors he had witnessed. "Enough of dreams," Lemminkainen snapped, his voice sharper than intended, a crack in his facade of bravado. "We are here, not in shadows. I'll not let a sleeper's muttering turn us back." But Ilmarinen, frowning and gripping his hammer tightly, interjected with a grave tone. "The dream may hold truth. Louhi's hand is long. If we take the Sampo, she will not rest. She will call storm and shadow against us. His words hung heavy, like a storm cloud ready to burst. Vainamoinen placed a steadying hand on Untamo's shoulder, offering comfort in the midst of dread. Dreams warn, not command. We heed them, but we are not bound. Remember, even fear can serve if it teaches caution. His calm presence soothed them, but the undercurrent of anxiety lingered. At last, when the moon rose silver over the trees, casting a ghostly glow upon the earth, Vainamoinen stood. He planted his staff firmly in the ground, his voice rising in a melody that was both ancient and profound. His song was slow, deep as river water, soft as falling ash, a lullaby that weaved through the night, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. He sang of silence, of rest, of eyelids heavy as stones. He painted pictures of sleep deep as the earth, gentle as snow, wide as the sea. As his voice filled the air, the atmosphere shifted. The night itself seemed to sigh, the iron roof dimming, shadows thickening, as if the very hall were drowsing in response to his call. When the final note faded, the crew sat hushed, their hearts steadied by the power of his song. Now, Vainamoinen said, the command clear in his voice, we go. They moved like shadows down the slope, every step a careful dance with fate. The gravel crunched softly underfoot. The wind whispered secrets through the trees, but no alarm rose from the hall. At the base, Pohjola's hall loomed ominously before them, its walls towering and dark, glistening with pitch, as if shrouded in an inky veil. The great doors were bound with iron, their hinges thick as arms, a testament to the power that lay within. Ilmarinen ran his hands along the locks, his face a mask of determination and dread. These are no simple bars. They are woven with spell and steel both. But I made the Sampo, and I know the touch of magic. Give me time. Vainamoinen nodded, trust and urgency mingling in his gaze. Then take it. We will guard. Margita kept her bow drawn, her eyes scanning the darkened surroundings, while Lemminkainen remained restless, blade ready, eager for any sign of movement. The hall remained silent, only the sound of Ilmarinen's tools breaking the stillness, faint and patient. Minutes stretched into hours. Ilmarinen whispered charms as he worked, tapping, prying, weaving counterspells. Sparks danced and faded against the iron, but the locks held steadfast, sweat tracing lines down his face despite the chill of the night. Lemminkainen muttered under his breath, the tension palpable in his voice. Too long, too still. We wait like lambs before the knife. Patience, Vainamoinen replied, his tone firm yet soothing. Strength breaks iron, but song unwinds it. Let him work. Still even Vainamoinen's steady voice could not lift the weight of silence that surrounded them. The hall seemed to breathe with an ominous life of its own, each creak of timber echoing like the shift of a sleeper rolling in bed. Then, faintly, a sound emerged, a whisper from within, low and drawn out, as if the walls themselves were exhaling a breath held too long. Mariatta's bowstring tightened involuntarily. It hears us. No, Vainamoinen said softly, his voice a calming balm. It dreams. Hold steady. At last Ilmarinen struck his hammer against the final hinge, singing a sharp, clear note that cut through the tension. The iron shuddered, groaned, and then fell silent, a promise of what was to come. He stepped back, chest heaving, the weight of effort evident in his every movement. It is done. The door will yield. The company gathered, their hearts pounding in unison, the air hanging heavy as if the night itself held its breath in anticipation. Then let us take it, Lemminkainen whispered fiercely, his hand gripping the door, eager to thrust it wide. But Vainamoinen laid a hand upon his shoulder, a gentle reminder of the gravity of their task. Not with haste, with care, for beyond this door waits not only treasure, but shadow. Together, they placed their hands upon the iron doors, their resolve hardening. Slowly, carefully, they pushed. The hinges groaned beneath their combined strength, the wood shuddering as the gates of Pohjola began to yield. So the heroes of Kalevala came at last to Louhi's hall. They passed watchers of smoke and beasts of shadow, enduring the silence heavy as stone, weaving songs against dread. Now, before them, the doors of Pohjola creaked open, ready to reveal the heart of Louhi's power. The Sampo waited inside, its handle turning, its lid shining with a promise of great fortune. Yet beyond it loomed Louhi's shadow, heavier than night itself, a reminder that the theft was about to begin. In the heart of the frozen north, beneath the shroud of eternal twilight, the great doors of Pohjola creaked open with a mournful groan. Iron scraped against ancient stone, releasing a rush of frigid air that carried with it the heavy scent of pitch and smoke, as if the hall itself had been entombed for centuries. The heroes stepped inside, their flickering torchlight casting elongated shadows that danced along the walls, twisting and turning, like the serpents that adorned the blackened pine pillars that stood sentinel around them. The hall was vast and oppressive, its ceiling lost in darkness, a cavernous void that seemed to absorb all sound. The silence was thick, broken only by the quiet crackle of embers from a distant hearth, a reminder that warmth still existed somewhere beyond the cold stone. Yet at the center of this somber expanse lay what they sought. The Sampo. It rested upon a broad stone altar, its lid shimmering faintly in the dim light, the handle turning restlessly as if possessed by an unseen force. The surface gleamed with an otherworldly radiance, colors of dawn and dusk woven together like a tapestry. With each turn of its handle, the sound of grinding grew, a low hum that resonated within their very bones, an eternal promise of abundance. Flour poured like pale dust into a trough. Salt sparkled in another, and golden coins cascaded into a third, each clink echoing in the stillness. The company stood transfixed, their hearts racing, caught in the spell of the Sampo's allure. Lemminkainen was the first to break the silence. He stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder, his hand stretching toward the treasure. By the gods, it is real. More wondrous than any tale. With this, Kalevala would never know hunger again. We would live like kings. Ilmarinen, pale and breathless, stood beside him, the memories of his forge flooding back. I forged it, yet never saw it like this. Louhi snatched it from me before I could know its power. To see it now, my own creation, alive, eternal? Marjata's gaze was steady, though her voice wavered. It shines like the sun, yet it chills me. I feel it watching us, as if it knows we came to steal it. Väinämöinen, the oldest and wisest among them, remained rooted in place, his staff planted firmly on the ground. His eyes held a mixture of awe and caution. Yes, it is wondrous. Yes, it is terrible, but we must remember, it belongs neither to Louhi, nor to us, nor to the earth alone. It belongs to hunger, to desire, to every heart that would grasp for more. Handle it with care, or it will master you. As they drew nearer, a bone-chilling draft swept through the hall, snuffing the warmth of the hearth and causing the embers to flicker like frightened fireflies. A whisper, cold and serpentine, drifted through the air. Who dares? The voice was unmistakably Louhi's, though she was absent. It coiled through the rafters, slithered across the floor, and seeped into the very stone walls, deepening the shadows that engulfed them. Marjata froze, her bow half raised. She knows. Ilmarinen clenched his jaw. She is bound elsewhere, or she would be here already. This is but her echo. Väinämöinen raised his staff and began to sing a countersong, weaving strength into their hearts and pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The whisper faded, but the air remained thick with her lingering presence. The Sampo lay chained to the altar, iron bands twisted and thick, runes carved deep into their surface, glowing faintly with dark magic. Ilmarinen stepped forward, his hammer in hand, recognition dawning in his eyes. These are my own runes. She forced me to bind it when it was forged, but I know their pattern. I can unmake them. He set to work, striking carefully, each blow matched by whispered charms. Sparks flew bright against the dark as the bands groaned and split apart. One by one, they fell away, their glow dimming under the weight of his resolve. At last, only one lock remained, a heavy clasp etched with Louhi's fierce sigil. Ilmarinen hesitated, sweat trickling down his brow. This one is hers, made not with my craft, but with her will. To break it is to challenge her directly. Then break it, Väinämöinen urged, for Kalevala waits, and there is no turning back. With a rallying cry, Ilmarinen raised his hammer high and struck with all his might. The clasp shuddered violently, cracked, and split with a resounding roar that shook the very beams of the hall. The air grew colder still as the final bonds of the Sampo shattered. For a heartbeat, time stood still. The Sampo, now free, stood on the altar, its handle spinning and its treasures flowing like a river of light. Lemminkainen let out a shout of triumph. "It is ours!" He grasped the edge of the altar, straining to lift the magnificent treasure. "Come, help me! We'll carry it to the ship, and Kalevala will feast forever." Ilmarinen joined him, his face alight with a mix of pride and sorrow. Together, they heaved, but the Sampo was heavier than stone. Its weight was more than iron and gold. It was the weight of hunger, of hope, of endless desire. "Lift with your hearts," Väinämöinen urged, stepping closer, his presence a beacon of calm. "Not only your hands. This treasure is no common stone, but a thing of spirit. It will answer only to those who bear both strength and song." So they joined their forces, Ilmarinen with his craft, Lemminkainen with his fiery spirit, Marjatta with her unwavering steadiness, and Väinämöinen with his ancient song. Slowly, with a groan that echoed like mountains shifting, the Sampo rose from its altar. Its light spilled across the hall, dazzling and surreal. For a moment, it seemed Kalevala's fields were already golden, tables heavy with bread, children laughing and strong. But the vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving behind only the shadows of the hall. The Sampo was theirs, the treasure of Pohjola, forged by Ilmarinen, guarded by Louhi, and longed for by all. It now rested in the hands of Kalevala's heroes. Yet even as they celebrated, the hall shuddered once more, the Vey air trembling as Louhi's shadow thickened. She knew they had stolen her treasure. The theft was complete, but the escape had yet to unfold. In the dim stillness of the hall, the last clasp split with a sharp, icy crack, sending a shiver of cold that slithered through the air like winter creeping across a barren field. The embers in the great hearth flickered, guttering to ash, as the dark pillars loomed around them, their carvings twisting and warping into grotesque beasts and serpents that seemed to slink closer to the center, where the Sampo gleamed with an otherworldly light. A sudden gust of wind swirled through the chamber, rustling cloaks and tangling hair, even though no door stood open to invite its chill. Above, a whisper gathered in the rafters, not quite a voice, not quite a storm, but a sound that resembled iron scraping against stone, ice grating upon ice. "Thieves," it hissed, a chilling proclamation that settled like frost upon their skin. Marjatta, fierce and determined, had her bow drawn taut, ready for whatever threat might emerge. "She's in the walls," she warned, her voice steady yet laced with urgency. "Then we must be out of them," Lemminkainen snapped back, his resolve hardening as he planted his feet. Whiffed! Together they heaved. The Sampo, heavy with more than mere metal, resisted their combined strength, burdened by an insatiable hunger. Yet inch by inch, it began to rise under their collective effort. Ilmarinen, muscles straining, shouldered its weight with a grim determination. Lemminkainen's grin flashed through clenched teeth, while Marjatta guided their path, stepping carefully backward. Alongside them, Väinämöinen raised his staff, his song thrumming low, resonating in their bones like a heartbeat. The hall groaned, a living entity that responded to their struggle. Somewhere, chains rattled ominously. Somewhere else, something breathed, lurking in the shadows. As they pressed onward, the nearest door slammed shut with the force of a fist, while another yawned wide into a chasm of darkness. A third door opened onto a staircase, enticing them downward with the sweet scent of honey and freshly baked bread, mingled with distant echoes of children's laughter. Marjata's breath caught in her throat. Illusions, she warned, fear creeping into her voice. Keep your eyes on the shadows your feet make. Väinämöinen's song shifted, his voice weaving a narrow melody that stitched their paths together. Straight and true, from altar to night, from night to shore, from shore to home. As they moved, the sample hummed softly, turning as if it were a millstone and a heart intertwined. With every revolution, flour whispered, salt hissed, and coins chimed faintly in bowls that they had no time to stop and lift. Even the bravest men felt the gnawing hunger it stirred within them. At a side passage, pale figures emerged, their faces as gray as old snow. They held out empty bowls with trembling hands, whispers escaping their lips, pleading, "Feed us only a little." Ilmarinen faltered, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Are they?" "Shadows," Väinämöinen replied, his tone neither harsh nor unkind. "And the hall's memory of hunger. Move." With heavy hearts, they pressed on, each step feeling twice as burdensome. As they approached the great doors, a cold light bled through the crack. Freedom lay beyond, but the rafters stirred ominously overhead, and from the blackened gloom descended monstrous shapes, iron birds, their beaks sharp as knives and wings serrated like saws. They shrieked as they dove, the sound akin to metal being scraped across stone, a terrifying symphony of danger. Marjata reacted instantly, firing an arrow that struck true, piercing the first bird at the joint where neck met shoulder. It clanged violently, tumbling to the ground, shattered remnants scattering across the floor. The second bird raked Lemminkainen's sleeve, tearing through cloth and drawing blood. He laughed then, a wild, reckless sound, slashing at the creature with his blade, sparks dancing in the air as steel met steel. "Keep moving," Ilmarinen grunted, urgency thrumming through his voice. "If we stop, we're meat." Väinämöinen planted his staff firmly on the ground. His voice rose, rich and full, no longer a mere thread of guidance, but a powerful rhythm of sound that pulsed with life. He sang rust into iron and fatigue into wings, and the iron birds faltered mid-flight. Their joints seizing as if trapped in a spell, they fell, crashing to the ground, twitching like broken traps. With a mighty kick, Lemminkainen flung one of the doors wide open, and a rush of cold night air swept over them, sharp and invigorating. They were free, but their victory was short-lived. In the courtyard of Teeth, for a heartbeat, triumph tasted sweet. The yard stretched out before them, dark pines standing sentinel like spears, the black ridge rising beyond, and the path back to the shore glimmering with frost. But suddenly, the ground beneath them shifted, the packed earth flexing and splitting into jagged seams. Teeth of stone thrust upward, narrowing the courtyard, transforming it into a monstrous jaw. Lemminkainen swore, voice full of disbelief. "She wants to eat us." "She will if we let her," Ilmarinen replied, determination solidifying in his gaze. "Step where I step." There was a rhythm to the stones, an ancient logic buried beneath malice. Ilmarinen found it, feeling it beneath his feet as a smith feels the temper in metal. With his hammer's haft, he tested the ground, listening for hollows. Marjata marked safe spots with broken arrows, her intuition guiding her as they moved in sync. Väinämöinen's voice created a shared rhythm, binding them together so they moved as one, a creature burdened by a heavy heart. They crossed in fits and starts, breath clouding in the cold air, thighs burning with effort. Twice Lemminkainen's boot slipped, and a stone jaw snapped shut mere inches from his foot, splinters flying. Twice Marjatta caught his elbow, a steadfast presence in a storm. When they finally reached the far gate, Wainamoinen's song faltered, reduced to a weary hum. "Go," he urged hoarsely. The hill, the shore. They climbed, the pines leaning closer, their branches twisting into claw-like shapes. Thick resin dripped down, resembling tears. The path narrowed to a precarious shelf along the ridge. "Faster," Marjatta urged, anxiety boiling in her chest as the trees seemed ready to claim the path for themselves. The weight of the Sampo felt heavier with every incline, as if gravity itself conspired to pull it back, to claim it for its own. Ilmarinen murmured to it, coaxing it like a man calming a fractious colt. Lemminkainen cursed the weight, but also learned humility from its demand. From below came a distant rumble, a sound that might herald the hall awakening in furious truth, or something darker summoned from the depths of the earth. Untamo stumbled, breathless. "I dreamed this edge. We fall here, in one path, in one telling." "In this telling, we do not," Wainamoinen declared, his staff ringing against the rock. The sound traveled along the ridge like a firm reminder. The ground steadied beneath their feet, and even the leaning pines seemed to hesitate. Caught between being trees and traps, they chose to remain trees, for now. As the wind rose, sharp with snow, it carried a voice that was more than sound, chilling to the marrow. Wainamoinen. The voice spoke without speaking, resonating from the north, from the earth, and from deep within their bones. "Singer, maker of paths, leave what is mine." He did not look back, resolute in his conviction. What is made by Kalevala's hand should not starve Kalevala's children. "You are a guest in my house," the wind hissed, a bitter tone emanating from the depths of the forest. "You left with my bread, now you leave with my table." "Your table was set with our forge," Ilmarinen replied grimly. "We only take what our fire knows." The wind snarled in fury, and far below, lights flickered in the hall as if a myriad of eyes had opened all at once. Somewhere in the darkened forest, a howl echoed, primal and menacing. Not far now, Kauko's voice drifted up from the shadows, calm and encouraging. Left of the boulder, then straight to the wash where the stream used to run. Kauko, steady as a riverbed, waiting at the shore. Then, snow began to fall, not gently, but in hard grains that stung like sand, finding eyes and mouths, filling the raw places on their hands. It hissed on the Sampo's lid, spraying off in pale sparks. "My fingers," Lemminkainen grunted, feeling the numbness creep in. "It's not weather," Marjatta stated, her voice fierce against the cold. "It's spite." Wainamoinen altered his song again, shaping warmth into their blood, igniting heat in their hands. It did not bring comfort, but rather the capability to endure, the kind of warmth that comes from toil and resilience. They slid down a final slope, boots dragging through the snow, the weight of the Sampo pulling at them like the relentless tide. At the bottom, reeds rattled like old bones, remnants of Kauko's dry stream. "Here!" Kauko's form emerged from the dark, and behind him loomed the hope of Kalevala, its hull a black curve against the water, the river mouth beyond, foaming softly. A lake stretched out, a wide bruise glimmering under the moon's gaze. "Bow first," Kauko commanded. "She'll ride low with this much want aboard." They wrestled the Sampo onto the gangplank, the wood bending and creaking under the strain, but holding firm. Ilmarinen moved backward, eyes trained on his footing. Lemminkainen advanced, watching everything else. Marjatta steadied the Sampo, her palms cushioning it when the weight shifted unsteadily. Wainamoinen sang strength into the wood fibers, offering a carpenter's prayer in an ancient tongue. With a collective sigh of relief, they finally set the Sampo on a bed of lashed timbers just forward of the mast. Yet it continued to turn, flour dusting the deck and salt hissing into a low barrel. Gold tinkled and rolled until Marjatta threw her cloak over the third tray, muffling the sound that threatened to give them away. "Ropes," Kauko instructed. "Cross-braced. If she shifts, she'll tear herself loose." Ilmarinen's hands moved with instinct. tying knots that held fast, checks that thrived in muscle memory from 1,000 loads that had never been this heavy. Lemminkainen jammed chocks and wedged bracing timbers with fierce determination. Marjatta completed the last line with a fisher's neatness, her focus unwavering. Done, Ilmarinen exhaled, relief washing over him. Not yet, Väinämöinen cautioned, glancing back up the slope. Lights danced between the trees, many of them, not torches nor lamps, but foxfire, a ghostly light that walked without feet. Accompanying it came the faint rustle of iron bird wings and the soft footsteps of creatures that were not wolves. Push, Kauko urged, his voice low yet urgent. Now. They shoved with all their might. The ship slid, caught by the water. Then took to the lake with a resigned sigh. Kauko vaulted aboard, pole in hand, oars, quiet as sin. The oars dipped, bit into the water, and rose again. The hope of Kalevala turned, nosing toward the rimmer mouth where the reeds whispered secrets. The channel, dark and narrow, received them like an eager throat. Down, Marjatta hissed as slender iron darts whistled past, striking the air where their heads had been moments before. Not arrows, these stung like tuning forks, sharp and deadly. Row, Kauko commanded, and breathe after. They rowed, muscles straining against the pull of the water. The banks closed in, crowding them, until suddenly they broke free onto the lake's inky sheen. Behind them, voices rose, some human, others not, all laden with anger and pursuit. The wind shifted, freshening from the north, carrying the taste of a broken promise. On the distant water, shapes emerged, dark hulls, low and narrow, their paddles slicing through the surface like teeth. Hohila's boats, 3, then 5, then more, prows carved like pikeheads, relentless in their pursuit. Kauko planted his pole, feeling for the river's ancient memory beneath the lake's skin. "We'll want the south wind," he murmured into the night. But the night remained silent. "It'll come," Väinämöinen insisted, unsure if he spoke to Kauko, the wind, or to bolster his own courage. He lifted his staff, releasing a high, thin note into the air. A sound that might call a gull to tone its wing. His sails stirred, faintly, just enough to send a glimmer of hope through Ilmarinen's heart. "Brace," Marjatta commanded, urgency creeping back into her voice. "They're nearly in range." Lemminkainen grinned, his bravado shining through the tension. "Let them come. We've stolen the world's hunger from its cage. Let's see if we can feed ourselves on courage." "Row," Kauko murmured again, and they obeyed, oars plunging as the lake opened its black door ahead of them. So the Sampo left Louhi's hall, unbound, turning, heavy with both abundance and peril. The heroes bore it through the jaws of stone and trees that leaned to capture them, through iron birds and biting snow, until they reached the waiting ship. Behind them, Pohjola awakened, and ahead the black lake stretched, revealing the first signs of their relentless pursuers. The theft was complete. Now began the flight, and the reckoning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape, the hope of Kalevala sliced through the surface of the black lake, its prow cleaving the water and sending a narrow line of foam swirling into the air. The heroes, their breath heavy in their throats, bent to their oars, shoulders aching with each powerful stroke. Tethered at the foot of the mast, the Sampo turned slowly, its handle rotating with a deliberate grace, spilling forth a bounty of flour, salt, and gold with every cycle. Even shrouded beneath their cloaks, its glow was unmistakable, shimmering faintly like the first light of dawn trapped beneath layers of fabric. Behind them, the boats from Pohjola spread like a dark net across the water, their prows shaped like pikeheads, oars dipping and rising in perfect synchronization. The distance between the two factions shrank with each stroke, tension crackling in the air like static before a storm. Louhi's voice, faint yet sharp, pierced the evening stillness. "Bring me what is mine." A biting wind rose from the north, cold and unforgiving, pressing against the sail, threatening to fold it in on itself. Kauko, muscles straining, planted his pole deep in the lake's depths, his jaw clenched. "We'll not outrun them like this." The north winds her hand. "Then I'll call another," Wainamoinen declared, standing tall at the stern, his presence a beacon amid the chaos. He raised his staff high and began to sing, his voice soaring above the crash of waves and the grating of oars. His song reached for the heavens, weaving warmth into the cold air, transforming memory into motion. He sang of southern breezes that carried the scent of ripe rye and summer hay, of gulls soaring above warm waters, of sails billowing want against the azure sky. With his melody, the wind shifted, first a mere whisper, then a powerful surge that filled the canvas of the sail, pressing against the mast until the ropes sang in harmony. The hope of Kalevala surged forward, water foaming high at its prow. Cheers erupted among the crew. Narjata released a whoop, and Lemminkainen laughed wildly. But Ilmarinen, vigilant and wary, glanced back, his eyes shadowed with foreboding. It will not hold. Her hand is strong. And he was right. The north wind howled, clashing with the southern breeze, the sail snapping violently between pulls, the mast groaning under the strain. Waves rose around them, colliding with a ferocity that tossed the boat like a leaf caught in a tempest. Yet, Kauko held steady, his determined gaze locked forward, muscles taut as steel cables. Across the water, a shadow began to take form, rising ominously. Not Louhi in flesh and blood, but her essence, an imposing shape of darkness and storm. She towered over her boats, hair flowing like black smoke, arms spread wide like clouds darkening the sky. Her eyes burned with a fierce white glow, teeth glinting like iron against the encroaching night. The lake quivered beneath her voice. "Thieves, worms, I will grind you beneath my heel. The Sampo is mine, forged in my hall, protected by my spell. You will feed the fish before the dawn." Her boat surged forward, oars biting into the water with newfound strength. Waves rose, slapping against the hope of Kalevala, crashing down and sending sprays that stung the crew's faces. Lemminkainen, emboldened by adrenaline, spat into the water. "Let her come. I've never feared a hag, even one taller than the sky." Marjata, her face pale but resolute, knocked another arrow, her voice steady. "Save your breath for your arms. This night will take every stroke." As the first of Pohjola's boats closed the distance, its prow slammed against the hull of the Hope of Kalevala, scraping wood and rocking the deck violently. Warriors leapt aboard, their eyes dark and vacant, faces frozen in a sleepwalker's trance, shackled by Louhi's spell. Lemminkainen met them with a fierce shout, his blade flashing in the dim light. He cut one down with a swift motion, parried another, and laughed defiantly even as sparks flew from the clash of steel. Marjatta loosed an arrow that pierced through a helm, sending a man crashing into the water. Ilmarinen swung his hammer, breaking a shield with a resounding crack. But for each warrior that fell, another ascended. Blood mixed with water on the deck, cries of battle filling the air, the scent of iron and salt overwhelming. Yet Wainamoinen's song rose again, a fierce, bright melody. His words danced in the minds of the thralls, dulling their limbs and clouding their vision. They stumbled, and the hero struck true, pushing against the tide of dark warriors. At last, the first boat drifted back, its crew defeated, oars flailing uselessly. But more surged behind it, relentless and undeterred. Amid the chaos, the Sampo continued to turn, flour dusting the deck, gold rolling beneath their feet, salt hissing into the scuppers. Its trays overflowed, a mocking reminder of the struggles surrounding it. Ilmarinen paused mid-blow, his voice rising above the din. "The bindings loosen! The weight is shifting!" Kauko dropped his pole and rushed to grab the ropes, hauling them tight with all his strength. "Hold fast! Better to throw it overboard than let it tear us apart," Marjata warned. sweat streaming down her brow. Overboard? Lemminkainen shouted in disbelief. After all this blood? Väinämöinen's voice cut through their turmoil, steady and commanding. It stays. Without it, Kalevala starves. With it, we may yet endure. Hold it fast, or we have already lost. The storm thickened, clouds rolling low like a dark curtain descending, lightning splitting the sky into jagged shards, thunder crashing like boulders, rain hammered down, soaking the deck, filling their boots with icy water. The hope of Kalevala pitched high, then plunged low, each wave threatening to engulf her. Louhi's shadow loomed ever closer, her voice a fearsome roar above the cacophony of wind and water. If I cannot have it, none shall. The Sampo will sink to the depths, and the fishes will grind its treasure in silence. With a sweeping motion, she raised her arms, and the lake answered her call. A wall of water surged, black and towering, blotting out the moon. It curled menacingly, ready to crash down and obliterate ship and crew alike. Väinämöinen planted his staff firmly in the deck, his voice rising to meet hers. He sang of stones that defy rivers, of mountains that stand unwavering against storms, of roots that bind the earth, even through floods. His song rose higher, brighter, clashing magnificently with Louhi's wrath. The wave quavered, split down its crest, and cascaded aside in two torrents, drenching but sparing the ship. Yet Louhi did not yield. Her shadow spread wider, her laughter reverberating in the air like an omen. The theft was complete, but the escape was far from assured. The heroes of Kalevala had carried the Sampo from Louhi's hull, battled through snares and terrors, loaded it aboard their ship. Yet now, Louhi herself pursued them, her curses riding the storm and shadow, her warriors swarming across the lake. The hope of Kalevala groaned under the weight of treasure and fury, its crew fighting with every ounce of strength they possessed, blade and song, bow and hammer, breath and heart. But the night stretched on, long and merciless, and Louhi's wrath seemed endless. The true battle for the Sampo had just begun. On a night where two winds clashed for dominance, the vessel Hope of Kalevala was caught in the tumult, running before the fray like a leaf tossed by an angry storm. The southern wind tugged at the sails, whispering promises of safety, while the northern wind clawed ferociously for ruin. The sails thumped and filled, then sagged, the mast creaking like an ancient tree caught in a tempest. Beneath the patched canvas, the Sampo turned, its rhythmic grinding sounding like a heartbeat of both hope and dread. In the shadow of the ship, Pohjola's fleet spread out, a dark fan of ominous shapes. Their blades bit into the water, each stroke echoing Louhi's wrath like a war drum. Above them, Louhi loomed, her stormy silhouette dancing in the sky, hair whipping wildly, arms outstretched like the embrace of a storm, eyes glinting white as the harshest winter noon. Kauko, the steadfast captain, stood firm even as the deck shuddered beneath his feet. Hold the lee line. Ease the sheet when she surges. Row on the lulls, he commanded, his voice a steady anchor in the chaos. The crew responded, knowing that to fight the wind was to court disaster. Ilmarinen, the ship's smith, examined the mast with a craftsman's keen eye. If the yard splits, we'll row our souls out of our throats and gain nothing, he muttered, setting a wedge and driving it home with the precision of a hammer striking metal. One clean stroke, a promise forged in wood. Aft, Väinämöinen stood, staff braced, threading a song into the raw air, an ancient melody meant to stitch the night back together, to heal what was torn. As the first boats of the enemy approached, a narrow craft with a hungry prow surged forward, its iron hooks reaching for the ship's gunwale. Lemminkainen, with a laugh as bright as the sun flashing off a river, leaped into action. His blade glinted as he severed a hook, kicked another away, and then met a helmed man who climbed aboard like a spider. Their blades clashed, the sound ringing like a bell, the helmed man falling silently back into the dark sea. But more soon followed, pale-eyed shadows under Louhi's thrall. Marjata's bow thrummed with tension. Once, twice, her arrows finding their marks as Lemminkainen grinned through the spray, blood pumping with exhilaration. Next, he hissed, always seeking the thrill of the next challenge. Next is always coming, Marjata replied, steady and unyielding, knocking another arrow with an unwavering hand. The chaos was unrelenting as another boat nosed close, Kauko deftly maneuvering their ship to let the water steer their foes. It's older than all of us, he reminded them, a glimmer of wisdom amid the storm. Meanwhile, the Sampo strained, its trays spilling forth treasures like ghost snow drifting through the air. Flowers swirled, salt hissed, as coins rolled and chimed until Marjata, with swift resolve, kicked a thwart cloth over them, hiding their wealth from the greedy eyes of their pursuers. It wants to root, Ilmarinen muttered, hands quick as he worked to secure the deck. We must not let it become its own altar. Lemminkainen, ever the jokester, called out. Then talk to it. You are always good with stubborn hearts. But Ilmarinen pressed his palm flat on the Sampo's lid, murmuring firm reassurances until the hum of the treasure lowered, almost obedient. Yet Louis's hand loomed over them, white fire skittering along the wave crests, witchlight cold and grasping. Where it struck, the water hardened into quick ice, and the hope bucked violently, scraping across the treacherous surface. Vainamonen's voice rose above the tumult, singing warmth into the icy grip of winter, and with a shudder, the bow climbed free. Louis's shadow laughed. A sound of pure malice. Sing, singer. Sow the wind with needles. I unthread storms, she taunted. But Vainamoinen countered, sending a tone into the gale, a fisherman's whistle calling for mercy from the unseen shores. The sail trembled and filled, and for a heartbeat, the ship leapt as if startled. Arms burned, backs ached. The oars felt like lead in their hands as Kauko set a rhythm, his voice steady, guiding them through the exhaustion. Breathe on the rise, push on the fall, he encouraged, each stroke a battle against the odds. Even Lemminkainen, wild-hearted and fierce, fell into the cadence, pulling like a man who understood that glory without ship was but a tale told over a forgotten grave. As the three boats prowled like predators, their movements became more cunning, more desperate. Marjata's keen eye spotted the pike. First, the pike, she declared, her arrow finding its mark. The boat faltered, its momentum dying as if the wind had forsaken it. But the other two were relentless. Ilmarinen's sharp gaze soon found the quarterer, and with a deft throw, he snagged their prow, dragging them into the chaos of the wake. Just as they seemed to regain control, Lemminkainen sprang into action once more, a swing of desperation as he ripped into the lurking boat, wood smoking against wood, water rushing to claim its prize. In the midst of all this, Louhi's fury manifested in sparks pouring from her vast wings, seeds of destruction that sought to take root. Ilmarinen barked orders. They fought against the creeping tendrils, each one requiring a fierce resolve to eradicate. Their efforts were a blend of determination and desperation, as they battled not just for their ship, but for their very souls. Amid the storm's chaos, glimpses of home flashed in their minds. Lemminkainen thought of his mother's warm threshold, Marjata of her children asleep, and Ilmarinen of the fires of the forge. Each vision spurred them onward, igniting their resolve as they forged ahead into the dark. As dawn grayed the horizon, Louhi thinned, her voice rough with exhaustion. Enough! If the wind will not drown you, I will take what I came for with my own hands, she hissed. Transforming into a monstrous bird, wings spread wide, talons poised to strike. Down! Marjata shouted as the beak careened toward them, wood shrieking as the mast barely held. Yet, Vainamoinen remained steadfast, urging the crew to hold their ground. He knelt and pressed his palm to the deck, singing not to the sky, but to the heart of the wood. The ship responded, its spirit lifting, finding its roots beneath them. As Louhi swooped again, her talons met not trembling wood, but an ancient strength, scraping against the steadfastness of their vessel. The battle continued, but they were no longer merely surviving. They were fighting back, united and resolute. Ilmarinen and Marjatta worked swiftly, crafting weapons from the scraps around them. Lemminkainen, ever the bard of battle, grinned, ready to cast their makeshift weapon into the fray. As the shadows of Louhi enveloped them, they struck, binding her wing with their heavy chain, which caught and snagged the great bird's feathers. Dawn broke over the lake, red and gold spilling across the horizon as the struggle unfolded above and below. Louhi, injured yet ferocious, circled with relentless patience. But the crew of the Hope of Kalevala remained united, their hearts intertwined with the ship's fate. The first act of the sea battle had not determined their fate, but the ship still sailed, the crew still breathed, hope still sang its song, and the Sampo turned on, promising miracles yet to come. As the fiery hues of dawn crept across the horizon, the Hope of Kalevala surged forward, her sail straining against the gentle kiss of the morning breeze. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and the promise of a new day. Yet Louhi's shadow loomed ominously, casting dread upon the waters. Above, the great bird circled, her wings spanning wider than a meadow, talons glinting like harvest sickles. Her piercing scream reverberated through the air, rattling the very bones of the crew, sending an electric shiver down their spines. The lake, too, was alive, but not merely with ripples. It stirred with an unsettling intent, bulging and heaving as if some colossal beast writhed beneath its surface. Whirlpools opened suddenly, grasping at the hull of their ship, only to close again with a gurgling swallow, leaving the oars drenched in anticipation. Kauko, a stalwart figure with sweat trickling down his brow, steadied himself against his pole. She calls the water like a shepherd calls sheep. The lake will not let us pass, he warned, his voice low and trembling with recognition. Lemminkainen, ever the firebrand, barked back. Then we force it. His muscles strained as he pulled harder at his oar, defiance radiating from him. No, Kauko interjected sharply, his voice cutting through the tension. Not force. Feel her weight. Ride where she means to drop us, not where she means to break us. The crew stilled, their hearts pounding in sync, listening intently. With steady determination, Kauko set the rhythm, anchoring his pole against the unseen seams of the water, guiding them across the lake's shifting skin. The Hope lurched violently, yet somehow it did not founder. Väinämöinen, with his voice low and steady, joined the effort, singing a melody that strengthened the path Kauko forged, a fragile line through waters that longed to snap shut like jaws. Suddenly, Louis swooped down again, a shadow against the dawn. The hooked chain Marjatta and Lemminkainen had lodged in her wing still dragged, yet she had learned to maneuver with it. Her beak, sharp and lethal, aimed for the mast itself. Ilmarinen, seeing the threat, hurled his hammer upwards, a flash of glimmering steel, spinning end over end, until it struck the edge of Louis's beak, sending sparks flying like fireflies on a summer night. Louis screeched in fury, her wings flaring wide in a violent display. The hammer fell, nearly lost to the depths. Lemminkainen lunged, snatching it from the clutches of the lake, slapping it back into Ilmarinen's hand with a grin. "Don't throw your toys unless you mean to lose them," he jested. But Ilmarinen's gaze remained fixed on the bird circling above. "She bleeds not iron, nor flesh. She bleeds wrath. That is harder to break," he murmured, determination etched on his face. As the battle raged on, another boat surged alongside, its warriors entranced by Louhi's spell. One swung a hooked axe, nearly catching Kauko's arm. But Marjata's bow sang, her arrows flashing through the spray to pierce the man's throat cleanly. He fell back, blood staining the foam. A dark omen against the pale waters. Yet even as she loosed her arrows, the sky darkened with Louhi's continued presence. I can fell men, but her? My arrows are splinters against her wings. Marjata lamented, her frustration palpable. Then make her blink, Väinämöinen urged, his voice a steady anchor. Even an eagle turns from grit in the eye. With newfound resolve, Marjata knocked a broadhead, readying for the descent. Timing her shot to perfection, she loosed straight for Louhi's face. The arrow did not pierce, but it sparked against her eye, causing the mighty creature to veer momentarily. The mast stood strong, the sail held firm. The Sampo continued to grind beside them, its flour dusting the deck like a ghostly snowfall. Its salt stung their wounds, its coins rolled loose, mocking their labor in a cruel jest. Ilmarinen crouched beside it, his face a mask of concentration. This treasure is too much for one deck. It wants to grind, to root, to split us open, he grunted, tightening his lashings. Then let it, Lemminkainen shouted, his spirit unyielding. Better to drown with plenty than live with nothing. Better to live at all, Marjata snapped back. What worth is gold at the lake's bottom? The Sampo groaned in response, as if amused by their bickering, its handle spinning faster, spilling more coins and flour. Hold it. Always hold it. If it strains, strain with it. If it grinds, grind with it. Väinämöinen commanded, his staff raised high. For if we yield, Louhi's hand will close, and all is lost. The crew nodded, conviction seeping into their weary limbs, and they held tight, though their arms trembled and backs ached. Louhi shrieked again, her wings blotting half the dawn as a new wall of water rose higher than the mast, black as the depths of night. Brace, Kauko roared, planting his pole firmly. When it breaks, we ride. The wave crashed upon them, a thunderous roar enveloping the hope. For an instant, all was chaos, foam and thunder. The ship lifted high before shuddering and plunging nose first into the trough. The mast groaned, the lashings screamed, yet the hull held firm. Water swept the deck, carrying coins and flour to the depths, and Marjata clung to the gunwale, Ilmarinen to the mast, Lemminkainen to the Sampo itself. When the ship broke through the tumult, sputtering spray and gasping for air, they still lived. But Louhi's furious scream split the sky, a sound of unquenched rage. For one heartbeat, the lake calmed. The winds tangled, then parted, leaving the sail to sag gently. The crew slumped, gasping for breath, their hearts still pounding with adrenaline. Lemminkainen spat blood and water, then laughed raggedly. Still afloat, still Bowers. Not for long, Ilmarinen replied grimly, tightening the ropes once more. She is not finished. No, Väinämöinen agreed, raising his staff again. She will not finish until dawn burns her shadow to ash, or until she breaks us. They turned their gaze to the east, the sky brightening, yet the sun remained hidden. Between shadow and light, the battle hung in a delicate balance. Thus, the hope of Kalevala fought on, tossed by storms, pursued by boats, shadowed by a mistress of curses. The Sampos strained, heavy with promise and peril, while the heroes strained with it, muscles burning, voices hoarse, unyielding in their resolve. Louhi had not yielded, the lake bent to her will. The winds answered her cry, and her shadow prowled above. Yet the heroes had not yielded either. With song and steel, with bow and hammer, with will and breath, they carved their fragile path through the wrath of the lake. And as the dawn approached, they all knew that a turning point was near, the outcome of their battle hanging like the first rays of sun on the edge of night. As the first light of dawn approached, the lake lay still, a mirror reflecting the sky's transition from iron to ash, from ash to the soft glow of pearl. The air was thick with anticipation, a scent of coming warmth that caressed the skin. Kauko, with his sharp gaze rooted in the horizon, lifted his chin and murmured, "There," as if sharing a secret with the water. A road through the ripples. Keep her steady. It's no wider than a hand. Ilmarinen, focused and determined, tightened the last brace on the ship's mast, his brow slick with rain. One more holding, and the mast will stand to judgment. His hands, calloused yet gentle, spoke of a lifetime spent crafting and creating, filled with both triumph and toil. Lemminkainen, with blood drying at his sleeve, rolled his shoulders back, a fierce determination etched into his features. Judgment? Let it come. We stole a queen's heart from her chest. If death wants me for that, at least it will call me by a proper deed. His bravado hung in the air, a challenge to the very essence of fate. Marjatta, ever practical, checked her quiver, her fingers brushing against the few remaining arrows. "Save the boasting for a warm bench," she replied, though the small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth betrayed her amusement. The camaraderie among them was palpable, weaving a tapestry of history and shared experiences. Väinämöinen, the eldest among them, set his staff upon the deck, his presence a calming force. He breathed deep, pulling the lake's chill into his chest, feeling the ship's timber respond to his quiet strength, the patience of a tree long weathered. Hold a little longer, he urged the wood, the wind, and the souls of his companions. Just a little. But as the last hues of night retired, a shadow loomed above them, gathering and narrowing into a single, menacing intent. The Storm Queen Louhi transformed above them, her wings folding inward, her beak sharp as a needle. "Mine," her voice echoed, laden with authority that felt as ancient as the world itself. "If not mine, then no one's." The lake rose, swelling like a beast awakened from slumber, lifting the hope of Kalevala with a violent grace. Kauko's knuckles whitened on the pole. "Brace the treasure," he commanded, urgency rippling through his voice. Ilmarinen and Lemminkainen threw their arms across the Sampo's lid, while Marjatta planted herself over the lashings, both hands gripping the rope with fierce resolve. Väinämöinen, sensing the impending clash, lifted his staff but refrained from singing. Instead he listened to the old pine that had become a mast, to the planks that held memories of wind in high branches, to the keel that remembered frost and the thaw of spring. In that breathless moment, he understood their limits and the weight of what lay ahead. Then Louhi fell, a dark shape knifing through the air, her beak striking the Sampo's rim with a sound reminiscent of anvils breaking. A shockwave coursed through wood and muscle, the deck bucked violently beneath them. The treasure lurched, spilling its contents, flour, salt, gold, into the air like a storm of bright petals, transforming chaos into beauty. The ship heeled, the men shouted, and the lake surged toward them, eager and relentless. Väinämöinen found his voice at last, not with a song to combat the tempest, but with a melody to choose their fate. "Not here," he sang, fierce and sorrowing. "Not whole, not now. Live in the parts and feed us in the years. Break, so we may not." His staff struck the deck, a verdict of wisdom. The lashings parted and the Sampo slid over the edge, its descent slow and heavy, tilting into the depths. For a heartbeat, it hovered, suspended between worlds, before it fell into the black water. A symbol of their shared sacrifice. Silence enveloped them, a breath held in the chest of the world. Then the lake roared, not with anger, but with a profound sense of release. Light burst forth where the Sampo sank, green, gold, and milk white, spilling into foam that sparkled brightly for miles. The sound of grinding echoed as the handle turned and shattered, fragments swirling like fallen leaves, some sinking into the deep, while others floated, destined for distant shores, where children would find them and swear their bread tasted sweeter from such treasures. A gentle swell rolled beneath the hope, lifting her as delicately as a hand lifts a sleeping child. Lemminkainen stared. The grin vanished, his eyes wide with realization. We dropped the world. Ilmarinen's voice trembled, filled not with fear but with grief. I made it, he whispered, and I unmade it. Väinämöinen placed his hand on Ilmarinen's shoulder, gravitas in his voice. Not unmade, loosed. A full loaf feeds a table. Crumbs feed a village that has nothing. Let the crumbs go where we could not carry the whole. Marjata breathed a prayer devoid of a god's name, just the wish for her children's futures. Louhi's shadow transformed back into her human form, towering and dark. Her fury now tempered by an unusual respect. "You stupid feeds," she cried, her voice raw with loss. "All that work to steal a thing you could not hold. All that work to break what you could not keep." Väinämöinen bowed his head, the sea spray glistening in his beard. A thing too large for one table should be shared by the shore. And if the shore does not deserve it, she spat, her eyes narrowing like winter ice. Then perhaps the lake does, he replied softly, his words a soothing balm. Go then, go with your misery and your handfuls. I will remember your names. Lemminkainen's defiance surged again. The world remembers yours already. As Louhi's form thinned, she dissipated into the morning light, leaving behind her lingering fury. For a time the hope floated gently, the boat's movements like a chest finding its breath after a storm of weeping. The wind softened, and the water smoothed from bruised iron to gray tranquility. Kauko leaned on the pole, exhaustion settling into his bones. Row easy, he instructed, his voice steeped in an unexpected holiness. We're not chased by a storm, only by our thoughts. They rowed, oars dipping in a serene rhythm, sounds small and decent. The sun, still hidden, painted the edges of everything in a hopeful glow. Ilmarinen sat with his back to the mast, hands tangled in rope that no longer needed him. I will make other things, he said quietly. Smaller, needed. Marjata cleaned her wounds, murmuring, fragments are enough, if you know for whom to gather them. Lemminkainen poked at his torn sleeve, wincing at the salt. I'll sing that I wrestled a queen on a lake and she went away sulking. Sing that the deck held, Kauko replied dryly, a hint of humor returning. The deck never gets a verse. Väinämöinen closed his eyes, attuned to the gentle conversation between water and hull, an agreement in their shared journey. They reached the southern shore by mid-morning, finding a cove where reeds whispered secrets and a heron, startled by their arrival, flapped off into the sky. They beached the Hope with care, and as their feet touched earth, it felt solid and simple, an anchor to their tumultuous night. Lying along the tide line were oddities, a curl of metal bright as barley, a flake like mica, a pebble that hummed in Ilmarinen's palm. A boy, hair flopping over his eyes, scooped a scrap no bigger than a thumbnail, laughing as it warmed his hand and filled him with wonder. Leave it, his grandmother urged, catching his wrist gently. Or keep it and set it by the flower jar. Either way, say thanks to the water. News spread through the villages. After a night of bad wind, the beach held little miracles among its wrack. By noon, women gathered treasures into baskets, men into pockets, children into eager fists. By nightfall, 3 villages would swear their doe rose kinder, and 1 newborn would take to milk as if it were a song. Fragments. Enough. They shared a meal of bread damp from the lake, fish grilled over driftwood. Water from a skin passed around. No one mentioned triumph, no one spoke of defeat. Instead, they discussed what to mend and which paths home were safest for tired men and a weary boat. At last, Väinämöinen stood, resolve radiating from him. We go back, he declared. Not with a treasure in our arms, but with a tail in our mouths and salt on our clothes. We go back with something the shore will find again and again without us. Lemminkainen raised a brow. You mean to tell them we dropped the prize? I mean, we carried it as far as any could, he replied. Then we chose for the many instead of the few. Ilmarinen nodded slowly, accepting the weight of those words into his very being. If I ever make another that big, he said quietly, remind me it should be made in pieces. Marjata smiled, small and tired. You'll make a dozen small wonders before the spring is old. That will be enough. Kauko pushed the hope off the sand with a grunt. Climb in. The river remembers the way home even when we don't. And so, the battle on the Black Lake came to a close. Louhi's wrath could not keep the Sampo whole, and Kalevala's courage could not carry it unbroken. Between hunger and pride, between storm and song, the treasure shattered and spread across shoals and shores into whispers and kitchens and fields. The hope of Kalevala turned south, her crew having learned a difficult mercy. Sometimes the great thing must be broken to feed the world that asked for it. Behind them lay the cold coves and quiet inlets, the lake holding a glittering secret. Before them, on familiar waters, home awaited with questions and with bread that from that morning on might taste a little more like blessing. The ship Hope of Kalevala glided southward, its sails unfurling like a tired bird stretching its wings. Calmer skies bathed the lake in a peaceful azure, the storm that had raged just hours before, now a mere memory. Weary, yet resolute, the crew rowed in a solemn rhythm, each stroke echoing the weight of their shared burden. They had ventured north, faced the ominous Louis, and touched the mystical Sampo, now shattered and scattered, yet they returned, heroes bearing only the scars of their journey. As night cloaked the shores of Kalevala, the air was thick with anticipation. Villagers gathered at the strand, their thin faces a tapestry of hunger and hope, eyes gleaming like stars in the dark. Children clutched their mothers' skirts, peering out with wide-eyed wonder, while elders leaned heavily on staves, their brows furrowed with worry about what treasures the heroes might carry home. But there was no glimmering gold or radiant artifacts in sight. Instead, they were met with a fleet of salt-streaked men and women, weary from their trials, their boat clad in scars like a soldier returning from war. Silence fell upon the shore, heavy and expectant, as if the very earth held its breath. Then, standing tall, Vainamoinen stepped ashore, his staff planted firmly in the sand. His voice, steady and commanding, sliced through the stillness. We went north. We faced Louhi. We touched the Sampo. And though it is not whole, it is not lost. Its pieces are scattered, working in secret. They lie in shoals on shores, in fields and hearths. They will feed us, not all at once, not in plenty, but in enough. Enough to rise again, enough to endure. Hope flickered in the villagers' hearts. Though disappointment pricked like thorns, a murmur of belief began to swell, a soft chorus of relief. The air felt sweeter, the water ran clearer, and the promise of fragments stirred deep within them, igniting a flame of resilience. Days passed, and Kalevala buzzed with tales of small miracles. A farmer, tilling his fields, stumbled upon a shard as bright as summer barley. Soon, his crops grew taller and stronger than ever before. A stubborn miller found his wheel turning smoothly after a pebble from the lake lodged perfectly in its groove. A mother, once despairing, discovered her empty breast brimming with milk after her child drank from water steeped with a shimmering flake of salt. These small wonders scattered across Kalevala like breadcrumbs, each one a note in a symphony of hope, weaving a quiet blessing. Ilmarinen, the once proud smith, returned to his forge, inspired not by desire for grandeur, but by the wisdom of loss. Not one great wonder, he declared to the people, but many small ones. A lock that opens with kindness, a knife that dulls only when cruelty is cut, a chain that breaks when used for slavery. These I will make, and they will last longer than any treasure guarded in one place. Lemminkainen, ever the bravado-filled bard, filled taverns and fields with songs of his prowess against Louhi, laughing even as storms lashed at him. Yet there was a new undertone in his revelry, a shift from self-centered pride to a deep sense of belonging. He sang not just of himself, but of the ship that carried them, the oars that propelled them, and the song that bound their spirits. Marjata returned to her children, who clung to her legs, their laughter a balm to her weary heart. She hung her bow above the door, a reminder of her strength, not forgotten, but ever watchful. And Kalko, the quiet observer, walked the riverbanks, whispering to the flowing currents. "Carry the crumbs where they're needed most," he murmured, trusting the rivers to heed his call. One serene evening, under a blanket of stars, Väinämöinen took his kantele, the soft notes inviting the villagers to gather around. His songs transcended mere sound. They were woven truths that wrapped around the hearts of all who listened. He sang of storms that raged, of curses that hung like dark clouds, and of the Sampo's luminous glow, stilling flour, salt, and gold like rivers of nourishment. Not all gifts are meant to be held in one hand. Some scatter like seed, so that hunger may not find all mouths at once. Some break, so that their blessing may be shared. We mourn the whole, but we bless the pieces, for the pieces are enough. As his song faded into the cool night air, silence enveloped the crowd. No applause, no cheers, only tears that glimmered in the firelight. Each drop a testament to their shared journey. And in that profound stillness, a new strength took root, quieter than triumph, deeper than pride. The quest for the Sampo did not conclude with treasures stacked high in Kalevala's halls, but ended with fragments of lessons learned. A testament to a people who faced despair and emerged with enduring hope. Louhi shadows still loomed in the north, but hope thrived in Kalevala, carried in the whispers of fields, in the harmony of rivers, and in the hearts of its people. Once a treasure of plenty, the Sampo, now broken, became a treasure of resilience. And sometimes, that is the greatest gift of all. So ends the tale of the Sampo, the treasure of plenty, stolen and shattered, yet never truly lost. Kalevala did not gain riches in a chest, but fragments enough to weave a future. If you've listened this far, thank you for sharing the firelight with me. These are stories to carry with you into the night, reminders that even broken things can bless the world. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe to Archive Folklore so you'll never miss the next journey into legend. Give this video a like to let me know you'd like more tales of myth and mystery. And share it with a friend who might enjoy a story told slow and steady. I'd love to hear from you as well. Comment below. What did you think of the fate of the Sampo? Should treasures belong to one hand or be scattered for all? Until the next story, may your path be steady, and may even the smallest crumbs of wonder guide you home.